brought to play your best shot, la da da. And the world is falling to the ground. I'll be ready for the fire, make it wild, let it free. I'll be ready for the march of victory. Because I rewrite history. I'll be ready for the
Después nada, cambiar esa mentalidad y romperla. Eu acho que o melhor sniper atualmente está sendo eu.
Thì tổng thấy cũng khá là bình thường vì mình cũng đã có sự chuẩn bị sẵn và tới một cũng là điều bình thường thôi.
คิดว่าจะได้เต้นอีกแน่นอนครับ
Ei, tá vendo quem tá ali?
Impossível, do
Aqui
nada.
no Brasil,
do
esses
nada os
cara-
caras aqui.
รู้จักคนชื่อบ๊อบปะที่อยู่ฟุกโซ่อะ
ใครอะไม่รู้จัก
รู้จักเหรอ
ไม่รู้จักแบบบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
เขาบอกว่าเขาแบบเขาโหดนะในบราซิลเนี่ย
ไม่จริงอ่ะ ที่เนี่ยบุรีรัมย์ใหญ่สุด
ผมก็ว่างั้นนะ
Que isso? Mochi? O Asana? Do you remember? The last year in our country, bro. We are the champion.
Campeão mundial Magic!
Mano, que loucura, né? Os caras vêm aqui no Brasil, na nossa casa, estão achando que vão ganhar. Que resenha é essa? Os caras saíram lá do outro lado do mundo, sonhando em fazer alguma coisa aqui, não vai arrumar nada, filho. Chegando lá no dia, vamos mostrar pra eles quem é que manda. Não, deixa esses caras pra lá.
Brasil campeão mundial Magic!
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับ เพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับ ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Bute acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้บูย่ามาแล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
pues nada, cambiar esa mentalidad y romperla. Eu acho que o melhor sniper atualmente está sendo eu.
Thì Tông thấy thì cũng khá là bình thường vì mình cũng đã có sự chuẩn bị sẵn và tới một cũng là điều bình thường thôi.
คิดว่าจะได้เต้นอีกแน่นอนครับ
Ei, tá vendo quem tá ali? Impossível, do
Aqui
nada.
no Brasil,
do
esses
nada os
cara-
caras aqui.
รู้จักคนชื่อบ๊อบปะที่อยู่ฟุกโซอ่ะ
ใครอะไม่รู้จัก
รู้จักเหรอ
ไม่รู้จักกับบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
เขาบอกว่าเขาแบบเขาโหดนะในบราซิลเนี่ย
ไม่จริงอ่ะ ที่เนี่ยบุรีรัมย์ใหญ่สุด
ผมก็ว่างั้นอ่ะ
Possível isso. E aí, Mochi, o Asana, do you remember? The last year in our country, bro. We are the champions.
Campeão mundial Magic!
Mano, que loucura, né? Os caras vêm aqui no Brasil, na nossa casa, estão achando que vão ganhar. Que resenha é essa? Os caras saíram lá do outro lado do mundo, sonhando em fazer alguma coisa aqui, não vai arrumar nada, filho. Chegando lá no dia, vamos mostrar pra eles quem é que manda. Deixa esses caras pra lá.
Campeão mundial Magic!
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับ เพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมฟอร์มมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับ ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Bute acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้บูย่ามา แล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
best shot. La da da. When the world is falling to the ground, I'll be ready for the fire. Make it wild, let it free. I'll be ready for the march of victory. Because I'll rewrite history.
Everyone's online all the time. Shopping, social media, gaming. But have you thought about the threats lurking behind it? Viruses, hackers, scams. Without protection, your smartphone could be at risk. That's where Kaspersky Antivirus comes in. It blocks threats, keeps your online shopping secure, and still preserves your phone's performance. Want to browse worry-free? It's simple. Just go with Kaspersky. Safe, easy, and essential. Plus, Kaspersky has a limited-time exclusive skin in Free Fire Max. Buy Kaspersky, grab an awesome skin, and secure that booyah in style.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge. The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up. Booyah! Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
E aí? Vai encarar?
todos! Eu me chamo Camelota XP e tá começando Free Fire World Series. Mais um dia por aqui e ontem confronto os grupos B e C. E assim, nossos 4 representantes brasileiros jogaram muito, entregaram tudo e mais um pouco por aqui. E hoje quem joga é Yuan e Pen Game, tá? Fluxo e Corinthians estão no hotel descansando, assistindo a nossa transmissão e se preparando para vir melhor ainda na semana que vem. Good morning, Yunsu.
Good morning, Camelota, and hello everybody. Welcome back to Free Fire World Series, the global finals right now at Rio. And we are getting head to our 3rd day of the knockout stage. To be honest, yesterday was a very intense day. And on the rankings, Fluxo right now is top 1, right? But don't forget, today we have 2 dominators come from Thailand. Buriram United Esports and Twisted Mind. It's gonna be a huge mess.
Exatamente, foi o que o Yunsu comentou com a gente. Teremos a volta de 2 times tailandeses que jogaram na sexta-feira, Twisted Mind e Buriram. Isso somam 4 times tailandeses jogando no dia de hoje. Vai ser um dia muito difícil, mas eu tenho certeza que o Yuan e a equipe da Pen Game vai entregar tudo mais um pouco por aqui. Vamos torcer muito do começo ao fim para os nossos brasileiros.
For me and Camelota today, we consider this is a very hard day because there are 4 Thai teams. But don't forget, we also have 2 Vietnamese teams, Blue Esports and WAG. It's gonna be so much fun today, everybody. And RQ Kazu from Indonesia.
E bora fazer o seguinte? Vamos fazer um recap rapidinho só para você ver o que aconteceu no dia de ontem. Bora conferir.
And we would like to invite all of you to watch the recap from yesterday. Let's go.
Pues nada, cambiar esa mentalidad y romperla.
Eu acho que o melhor sniper atualmente está sendo eu.
Cảm thấy cũng khá là bình thường vì mình cũng đã có sự chuẩn bị sẵn và tới 1 cũng là điều bình thường thôi.
คิดว่าจะได้เต้นอีกแน่นอนครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is Free Fire World Series 2024 Global Finals. This is day number 3 for week 1 of the knockout stage, and a lot has happened already for day number 1 as well as yesterday. But today we're going to see Group A and C fight it out. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Danoy.
Yes, good to be back. I think today's matches are going to be extremely exciting because it will kind of help us better gauge some of these groups. And speaking of groups, we did have a bit of a discussion before the broadcast started. And Neptune, so your point of view for today, just a quick recap for all of our viewers today as well, A versus C. And Neptune is predicting Group A to feast on Group C. So very quickly, why do you think that's going to end up being the case? Like, do you feel like the teams in Group C are kind of lagging behind, or like what's kind of going on here with the groups?
Well, apart from the performance of WAG as well as attack all around, especially with the double booyah that attack all around got from yesterday, there's still a few teams, or most of the teams, that didn't work out that well in terms of moving up on the leaderboard. And even for those that are coming from Group A, they weren't at the top like up until midway of yesterday's battle before they got pushed down to 2nd to 4th to 5th place. So I mean, A have a good chance right now to bring back or take back the top 4 spot, and probably a lot more. In Group C, even if Falcons is part of the group, they didn't work out. They didn't put up so much of points in those battles.
Yeah. Now, I guess keep in mind, it's a day 1 day for these teams. So this is their official day 2. They've had their warm-up day. They've had the day that they can kind of mess up. You can't afford to mess up anymore. This is the time to grab those points. So I know there are going to be a couple of sleeper teams. We definitely have, as you said, right, Falcons looked really slow to wake up for their first play day. But maybe this is where we actually start to see this team shine, because we also have to keep in mind that geographically, a lot of the teams had to travel to Rio de Janeiro to play, right? So you have to take into account time zones, maybe it's the environment, maybe the teams are just really not settled in as of yet. Now, obviously, this is another brand new day, so maybe they're starting to feel a little bit better. So we'll have to see if it could be maybe an environmental thing or a grouping thing. I mean, it's going to come down to the games today, right? Especially with how I kind of think it's going to be extremely fierce today because the teams understand that they are in a very critical moment in their tournament lives. Because if you mess up day one, okay, you messed up day one. You still have another opportunity, but I think we're already crossing this line on their second play day. You cannot afford to mess up moving forward because once you start to let other teams grab those points and push themselves up in front of you, you start putting your fate in the hands of these other groups, and you do not want to do that at all. You want to be the ones in charge of deciding whether you qualify for the next stage or not.
Yeah, and one thing as well is compared to the regional qualifiers, there's also only 2 weeks that they have to be able to put themselves in top 12. So there's a lot of pressure, time pressure overall for them to work on that. But right now, these are the teams that will be playing it out. So we only have 17 teams overall, and this time since Group A will be missing 1, so there's a few less points that they will be able to grab in at this point. But United, Hawaii Sports, Reda, as well as Twisted Mind and RRQ representing Group A. And for Group C, we have 6 Karma, we have Attack All Around, E1 Sports, Team Falcons, Pain Gaming, as well as WAG. So WAG really showed up yesterday, the team of the day. Let's see and how they will work it out with Group A in the mix.
Yeah. Now, taking a look at the teams in Group A, I mean, if you've been watching the first 2 play days, you're going to be very familiar with a lot of these names because they are pretty high up there on that leaderboard. And so, obviously, the goal for these teams in Group A, just secure your points. Push yourselves further up on that leaderboard. But for Group C, I kind of feel like this might alleviate some of the pressure for them to perform today. Like maybe some of these teams, they're going to be focusing on Group A. They're going to forget that Attack All Round, that Falcons, that WAG is in that group. And then maybe they can kind of slip their way through as a potential underdog because mentality and mindset in a game of Free Fire, like you can definitely tell. Okay, I think a great case is Buriram, right? We have seen Buriram struggle in a lot of tournaments, even though we know this team is fantastic, but they have struggled because they have been the focus for a lot of other teams, whether it be through sniping, through hot drops, through all that kind of jazz. Every team we spoke to, they would always say like, oh yeah, we're definitely thinking about focusing on Buriram. And so taking that spotlight off of a team, it allows you to sort of pull out some like really crazy strats without having to worry about like, okay, everyone's looking at us. We kind of have to, watch our backs.
Well, speaking of looking at them, this is the overall standings that we have right now. And as you can see, we have a few of the teams that are darkened out or grayed out right now. So they will not be playing for today. And those are the teams that might be pushed down in the middle part of the first half of this list. So that would depend on how well the teams from Group A and Group C can put up all those points, as well as how much they need to get it, because it's not that far, especially with Twisted Mind going against Fluxo. It's only 31 points that they need, so one good game will be able to bring themselves up back to that #1 spot.
Yeah, so I think the goal is set for these teams. I'm pretty sure everyone here they've got a number in mind. They're saying that we need to grab this many points today. What do you feel like is the goal for the teams towards the upper end of the brackets? Do you kind of feel like they're trying to aim for like a 100-point day, an 80-point day? Like, what do you feel like is acceptable to make you feel happy with the play day for the top teams?
Well, 100 points per day would be very much acceptable. I think what they're aiming is to be the team for the day, because it added a little bit more bonus for them to be able to grab that spot, as well as if they're their team grab like a couple more booyahs, then they will have the MVP as well, or the predator of the day. So there's a lot of things, a lot of factor that is motivating the teams right now, similar to what we've seen Twisted Mind. I mean, for Twisted Mind, it has been a long time that we've seen the aggression from this team from the regionals, but now they are coming back. Imagine 70 on the elimination just from one day of fight, and it's very, very close to what Fluxo has done after 2 days.
Well, I kind of want to ask if I could ask Twisted Minds, I definitely would. What happened? Because leading up to FFWS, right, in past tournaments, they hadn't really been a team that everyone's been looking towards, because they've been finishing, like, they're not middle of the pack. They're definitely towards the top of the pack, but they were never top 3 material. That sounds so difficult. That sounds so harsh, but they would always float between 4th and 6th. They were never really a team that played consistent enough to really secure that top 3. So I kind of want to know, like, were they using those previous tournaments to practice new strats, to look at all the other teams that were competing at FFWS? Like, because, you know, okay, yeah, it's week 1. Okay, it's week 1, you're grabbing your points, you had a great play day, things can still turn sour, but I want to know what did this team do different to put them at such an advantage for the first week at Worlds?
Well, one thing I would say is they came back to not focusing on placement, because they are grabbing a lot of elimination, and we've seen that from SBS Mobile Masters. Like they have a good chance of a good chance of taking that championship because of elimination. And even from some of the tournaments in the regional for the past FFWS, whether it's the spring or the fall from last year, they are just focusing on elimination. That brings them the booyah towards the end. So we'll have to see if that continues on. I think from the past, or from the recent past, Twisted Mind are trying to go with placement point, but it didn't work out that well. So I said they just threw that out the window and just focused to what they are strong at.
Yeah. Now we have to talk about the double-edged sword that kind of plays with this, because when you have an explosive day 1, that is going to be a massive indicator to everybody that you are a team to look out for. So obviously there's going to be a target on this team's back now, and I'm curious to know how they're going to adapt to this, knowing that there are going to be teams that are either going to be gunning for them or trying to dodge them. Because let's be realistic, right? Your first play day, that is the best time to bring out all your surprise strats, to come in and just sort of grab those surprise points, because no one knows what to expect from each other aside from their past data. But realistically speaking, I don't think it's unfair to assume that when you go to the world stage, you're going to play differently compared to what you usually would, because why would you share your same old strats when you can come in guns blazing and give yourself a head start with something a little bit different? Like, is Twisted Minds capable of being able to fend off a team such as Buriram, for example? Because, like, Buriram is playing today as well. Twisted Minds is also playing today. I mean, these guys are no strangers to each other. They have played against each other in a lot of Asian tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that Buriram United are still doing Buriram United things, like brew things, and they're brewing. They just really showed up, especially in day number 1. But Twisted Mind is just, again, from when we were casting yesterday, I got goosebumps seeing Twisted Mind grab the booyah, and then seeing them the elimination that they have as well, because it just brings me back the nostalgia of seeing how aggressive, how they were as Reverse Red is showing up once again. So that's what I remember from Twisted Mind. So that is just what worked for them in terms of pulling them up on the leaderboard. And yes, there is a risk, but if you're a team that can go in a fight and eliminate 2 teams back to back, why will you be targeted at some point? So it might come to that towards the end, but not early part, especially in the drops.
Well, I mean, things could definitely change now since everyone has a little bit of data on each other. So I think hot drops could definitely be on the agenda for some of our teams. But at the same time, all right, question would be, do they have the confidence to do that? Because we've said this before, we've said it time and time again. You know, hot drops, as crazy as they can be and how game-changing they can also be, they are incredibly risky. You are literally playing Russian roulette, praying that you get the better gun, that you get a gun at all, because we have also seen plenty of times people flying on in and realizing, dang, I got nothing, you know? And they're running around like headless chickens trying to find something. So, look, I would love to see some hot drops. I think we all love to see it when the time is right. But maybe today is, the time is right. Because again, we mentioned this before, today's probably one of the more important play days compared to the first day one for all of these teams. Because like day one, if you mess up day one, okay, maybe it's not so bad. Day 2, 3, 4, pick it up, guys. Come on, you can't mess up now.
Yeah, again, there's a time pressure for this team, but there's not so much of, in terms of placement, there's not so much of pressure, especially the only goal would be to reach top 12. So we're going to find out who will be bringing themselves up to that as we bring it over to our host, who will be taking it over to our flight in the first map of Bermuda. So Camilota as well as Yunsul, they're going to welcome us into this game.
Tudo certo por aqui, Peu e Raja, bora decolar, vamos para a Bermuda, é o nosso primeiríssimo mapa, Yonsu.
Yes, and we are about to start our first game, which is Bermuda. I wonder who will get the first booyah, because today is a very difficult stage.
E bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
And here we go. First map. The green grass of Bermuda is off for the last day of this week. Group A and C. We're going to find out where the flight is, and it's coming from Observatory to Cape Town. And as you did mention, there's a potential that hot drops will be happening at this point.
Either hot drops, or we're going to be seeing some very quick dodges, because you kind of want to avoid each other if possible. Now, speaking of, there is, from what I can see anyway, Retta and RRQ. A couple of gunshots being thrown here and there, but no full-fledged team fight, because Retta, the team is very split. They did decide to go for a very wide split amongst themselves, whereas RRQ, the team is more so together. So not so bad here for RRQ. If things go awry, they will be able to back each other up, but it looks like they're going to abandon, and instead we're going to be seeing one more playing with Retta. It's actually on top of the sideboard here, throwing a couple of pot shots here and there. Nothing's fully connecting, but his teammates, they're reinforcing.
Yeah, I mean, they jumped in against Carlos, and there goes the takedown, and one elimination being taken by Team Falcons against Retta that was beaten by RRQ. At this point, Lopez right now being targeted from afar. Peter on the rooftop, and good. Not quite sure what this plan is for Peter right now. He's very far from the rest of the team, but still managed to take down Lopez on that approach.
Yeah, so already Falcons just capitalizing on this game number one, playing hyper aggressive, just using one more as a scouting person. They found a couple of kills with this, 2 elimination points. Like already Falcons really wanting to pick up the game in terms of points for this first matchup. Now for Retta, it's a little unfortunate because they are down 2 players. They should be able to get those picked back up relatively quickly, assuming that they don't run into another team, because they are right next to Attack All Round. They're just around the other side of this hill, so I think the moment they spot each other out, I think Retta is going to be hoping that they can even get one person out of this. But then you bring Carlos back.
Speaking of bad luck, I mean, you run into RRQ as the drop. you got hit by Team Falcons, and as you get away, attack all around will be waiting for you. So it's not just a vending machine that they're guarding right here, as well as a revival platform that attack all around is trying to secure, making sure that Retta will not be able to revive any more of their teammates. But Dalao was able to go for the knockdown, but Pungod responds, and Limit will finish him off.
And I mean, Retta, it was great that they got the knockdown, but they weren't able to get the full commitment eliminations. They missed out on that point. Really, really tough start here for Retta. And I think this is a really good example of how things can go terribly if you decide to go for a very greedy split. Because a team, if you are completely split, you're not going to be there to back each other up. You're very susceptible to being picked off one by one. And again, we're seeing another player being pursued here. Poor Chris being charged in by Kororo. Gonna try and hide, trying to go for the jukes around that doorway. Gonna go for his own shot, but he just can't get anything. He does drop on fire, but doesn't really matter. He's lost his life this time, so the team is back to square one, or at least actually square zero. Oh, sorry, yeah, it says square one. It's square one. Excuse me, I forgot. There's like one team that's gone from this group.
Yeah, there's one team that has been eliminated. There's one team right here that has been taken out. Yeah, they didn't make it, but we still have a battle that's happening right now. So after a tackle around and Team Falcons fought against Retta, they are now being pulled in together. Let's see who's going to take advantage of this situation. Cougar right now for the push, and this is something that he wants to see overall. His previous team being taken down. Good thing that Peter was able to bring back Kiroro, but Peter also managed to take down Limit X. Now let's see if Attack All Around can completely annihilate Team Falcons right now, as the rest of the teams being revived are flying in.
Yeah, we saw 2 revives, one for Falcons and one for Attack All Round. So these teams already trying to go and reinforce themselves. They're kind of stuck here, actually, for the side of Falcons. They can't really fully commit to leaving to this, otherwise they're leaving their backs wide open. And Attack All Round, this is their only chance to try and make the comeback happen. But one more catches out Cougar. That's going to be a big one, because Cougar was the only one that was hunting outside of the perimeter. So now they're all basically stuck here.
Yeah, I mean, Jump God was able to pull up a portal, pocket market to bring back Cougar at that point. Now, Peter on a 1v2 situation. There's still no backup happening right here to rescue Peter. And here comes the push. The rest of the team has just gathered all the resources and now pushing in against the remaining players of Attack All Around. Pungod misses those shots. Rebel Rush managed to pull Peter away, and Jump God will be taken down by Kiroro.
And Peter's going to be able to take down Pungod as well. So 2 players down on the side of Attack All Around. Limit, though, does manage to get the revive there onto Jump God. So they're slowly bringing the team back in. But Falcons, they're overwhelming Attack All Round. They're basically farming eliminations as well. Unless Attack All Round can somehow completely disengage, or I think at this point, what's going to end up happening, their teammates that are brought back, they're going to have to...
doing it. Now, this is when they wake up, and, well, it's a good thing that they were able to show up against Attack All Around as well, because if you remember, I mean, the switch around, the switcheroo that has been done on Kiroro and Cougar managed to throw off some of the usual tactics that they pull out. But speaking of tactics, we have Y Sports, who did so much well on day number 1, especially with the Booyah that they grabbed. Let's see how they can fight against Twisted Mind, who took this fight to a different level from Group A.
Oh no, and Death is actually about to fly into his death as well, because you've got Samin coming in with the shot. He doesn't manage to get the full drop onto anyone, but he does cut into a couple of those health bars, setting things up for the team as Twisted Minds are looking to continue to pursue here onto Hua, who is trying to regroup, but Death has been caught by Diamond on the other side, on the ground and fully exposed, and not even Poppy's gonna go down. It's all up to Shin and Yubin for Hua. They've got a vehicle and they've got to get out of there. If that gets shut down, then I think that might just be it. Their run in this first game could be over, but it looks like they do slip away with that vehicle. Twisted Minds, this is probably the last team you want to run into in your first game of the day.
Yeah, well, as we look into the shift of the circle, it goes down south, and a lot of teams will be chasing that out. Attack All Around, as you can see on Northwest, is about to, or is being gatekept by Team Falcons, and then right next to them, they have Retta still hanging around after recovering from the gunfight that they have. The 6 Karma is now pushing in onto Factory and going in just next door to Buriram United. And Buriram United, we haven't seen them just yet, and I would like to see Moshi come back because I mean, no offense to D Long or to Dak Long, he managed to pull up a good assist in the fight, but doesn't show up that much, similar to what we've seen Buriram United does.
Yeah. On the screen, we have WAG and RRQ staring each other down, actually shooting down Razor Expo with the money shot there. Oh boy, so they get to pick up their onto Razor. Now, this fight could be very big because these two teams, they are basically staring each other down. Whoever wins this and eliminates the other team will have a massive positional advantage. They tried to play hyper aggressive, but they just couldn't get the kill shots.
I mean, I love the rotation that's being done by RRQ at that point, trying back-to-back, switching it over to be able to bring down Alan, but the Cassie connection, the electrotherapy that they have, plus that that time turner that they pulled out, managed to save WAG, and they grabbed the 4 points as well, but they need to bring back X4, the sniper of the team, because they will need that, especially from afar. They're being gunned down by 6 Karma, and they jump in very close to E1 Sports.
Super close. Alan still gets caught through 6k Bad, securing the final shot to get the drop. They should be taken up as well thanks to Bad, and that's already an indicator to WAG. Do not fly into Mars Electric. There are 2 teams occupying the vicinity. So I'm curious to see like what's going to be the plan here for WAG. Are they going to make a slow advance? Are they going to play around the edge? Because it's not going to be an easy path for them going in towards Mars Electric if that ends up being where the circle winds up. We still have Factory as well as one of the other potential areas that we could be going to, and that is relatively empty, but everyone else though, they're all grouped up onto the right side.
Yeah, I mean, there's a battle that's happening right there on Pochino, and we'll have to find out in a bit who's going to win that fight.
Oh, it's a Mars Electric!
It seems like the team that would be in trouble, yes, it will be going, the next phase will be going to Mars Electric, and Pain Gaming is just waiting for the opportunity to go in for that, for the compound to be captured. But WAG, they need to rush into Mars Electric as well, because that's the only vending machine that is available inside the next phase of the circle to bring back their teammates, but there's no way in that they can find.
No, there's no way. I mean, they've got 6k in the compound. They've got another team they have to worry about towards the bottom as well. It's a really tough day here for WAG, especially with the fact that they've also lost 2 members. They could have still had Alan, but the fact that Alan got sniped down when he tried to go into Mars Electric, you know, you kind of you live and you learn. Now, speaking of living and learning, Twisted Minds, so many players on the ground as they've actually engaged fully into Buriram, and it's a full team wipe, 10th place as well. Twisted Minds, RRQ, 2 major teams already eliminated Neptune.
And this is how Buriram United is if Moshi is part of the mix. It's just a few seconds after we saw them go in for the fight against Twisted Mind, and they just eliminated them. And Jonah did really help with that M79 grenade launcher. Now let's see if Team Falcons will be able to catch anyone from WAG, but WAG managed to jump in onto the rooftop, and they were not stopped by 6 Karma. And this time 6 Karma is targeting Team Falcons, thinking that they were WAG that they had their sights in earlier.
Oh, WAG, they thought they were going to be safe in the compound, but have a look at this. Hua is there. They get rid of Cyrus, and now they're down to Krillin. So WAG, really, really tough game. They're going to have to hang tight here as the rest of our teams here. They found a compound. They're hanging tight. They're waiting to see where the next circle is going to be, and it's going to be almost dead center of Mars Electric. So anyone that is not within the vicinity right now, within any compound, is going to struggle to get in because the entry points are now rather limited. As a tackle round are being finished off by Retta of all teams, Neptune.
I mean, Retta, the team that is being gunned down earlier, but tackle round is paying them back. Only Limit is remaining at this point. Chris receiving a little bit damage as Lopez heals up as he jumps into the next phase of the circle. But Limit is trying to go ring around the Rosie against Carlos, but Lopez might go in for the backstab. But there you have it. Attack all around being eliminated. We are left with 7 teams in this fight, and the 2 teams that is at a disadvantage is Y Sports as well as Reda, who's missing some of the players. But as we say that, we have only a few seconds until the blue closes in that push everyone into this compound.
Oh boy, Red has just flown in. They are right next to 6K. Buriram's also come in as well. They're going to try and boot out whoever their neighbor is too. Woo! And that gets caught there. Hua really struggling because they don't really have the best compound at all to play with. Buriram though, gonna try and take a look on the other side of the compound to see can they spot anyone out. We do see Pain flying in right into Wasana's sights. Oh my gosh, Gus gets immediately cut down. Noda thankfully just able to scrape on by a chucks down a glue wall. Oh boy, but that came at a cost there for Pain. A really, really painful cost.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, a huge mistake for Pain, just jumping out in open. Most of the time, knowing that you have 7 teams fighting it out, you should jump in on either a rooftop or a compound. But they jump in open, they lost one of the players, and Pain will be feeling the pain in a moment as they get close to E1 Sports. But another shift has happened into the circle and it heads into E1 Sports. But Buriram United is taking the lead on this fight, followed by Team Falcons, who have 8 and 7 respectively.
And we do see our next circle here, Neptune, and it is right on top of E1 Esports. So they do have a bit of a positional advantage. Same thing with Buriram as well. So everyone else will have to fight their way through. Pain on the outskirts, going to have to play with their glue walls if they want to try and make their way in. But even then, they'd have to fight through Buriram, of all teams. And to be able to take down a Goliath team as Buriram, that's going to be a very big ask. You're kind of praying at the same time that another team is going to backstab Buriram and draw their attention away. Like, look at this. Everyone has their own compound. They're just waiting for the right time to come in. Reta's trying to make that call early, but they're just putting themselves in sight for Buriram to shoot them down. But Carlos is hanging on tight. The 6K, they're hearing the sound as well. And they're also thinking of sticking their nose into Buriram's business.
Yeah, I mean, 6K has no chance really of flanking on the other side because it's very much open at that point. Buriram United has stopped anyone from flanking. Go to their side as well. So straight head on for 6K. But Pain will be doing a lot more pain. And there goes Jonah with that woodpecker triple or double takedown. Only one left, Peter XL. I don't think he has that much of chance as well as medkit to survive, and we might be seeing there goes elimination of Pain Gaming, the pain of losing it out without a fight.
Oh, but E1, they've decided to stick their nose out into the open as well, basically inviting Buriram to potentially fight into. And we do see a monster truck being summoned in as well, so they do have a little bit of extra cover to work with, potentially even some monster truck action if we do end up in one of those very late game situations where it's basically a battle of blue walls. There's now Buriram feeling the heat themselves, now having to start moving in because that blue, the blue zone is also moving in. They're going to move towards 6K and try to eliminate them first in a rotation around that circle. Jonah's been caught, unfortunately, so Buriram down to 3 players, but they're playing rather well on the outskirts. No one's competing with them. No one's eliminating their glue walls. And unless someone deals with them soon, I kind of think this game is going to end up going into Buriram's pocket.
You'll have to find out. I mean, Kororo has been taken out from Team Falcons, and they are only left with 2 or make that 3 players. So it's a 3v3 or make that 3v2 later on. If in case that happens, E1 Sports starting losing their players as well. 1 player left for Reda, who's up above, who might be praying that he will not be spotted, or he has a good chance. But Chris has nowhere else to go as the blue closes in. Moshi will try to go in for the flank against Team Falcons. It's a 3v2 situation, but the blue wall is blocking any approach, any chance for them to rush in that quickly.
Man, this counterclockwise dance is working in favor of Buriram so far. They are just killing everybody that is in their sights. But now it's time for that monster truck to come into action. But it's for Falcons this time, who actually managed to get a knockdown onto Vicino as they push out Power as well out into the blue zone. He gets caught too. Monster truck does finally burn down, but Falcons then down left two on fire as Buriram should secure the Booyah for game number 1. But oh my gosh, that was a totally interesting endgame there, Neptune.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the rotation that has been taken by Buriram United when they thought that they are already stuck, and when we thought that they're already stuck in one corner, they managed to switch around, do a 180, cut up against Team Falcons, but their monster truck got stolen, but still managed to grab that Booyah. Again, welcome back to Moshi as they grab more than 15 points in this fight, and they also take their 3rd Booyah.
Welcome back, Buriram. I think that's probably a better way to sort of put it into that late game. But that late
Moshi
game
was sick though, so
he
I mean,
was,
yeah, it's something that really really needs to change their game. But we're going to go for a quick interview, Danley, and we're going to hear what Buriram United has to say about this fight. So let's bring it over to Yunsu and Carol.
Alguma surpresa, meus amigos? Buriram tá na casa. Se eles não marcassem um Booyah, seja na primeira ou nas próximas partidas, seria um tanto quanto estranho, não é mesmo? Os meninos vieram realmente com essa vontade de trazer de volta a taça para eles, já que o Brasil pegou lá na casa deles. Agora a gente tem aqui o famoso Moshi. Vamos trocar uma ideia com ele agora? Porque hoje é o primeiro dia que ele tá jogando aqui de fato na fase classificatória. Yusuf, please.
Thank you, Carol. So, Moshi, welcome back. How are you feeling today? Are you feeling well? But why will you disappear on the first day? What happened?
เป็นไงบ้างกลับมาแล้วหายไปไหนมา
ก็ป่วยนิดหน่อยครับรักษาสุขภาพมาก็ให้รุ่นใหญ่เขาได้โฉดฉายด้วยครับ
I was a little bit sick but now I'm recovered so the first day I just let the legend play and show you guys.
Perfeito. Ela perguntou aqui, deu as boas-vindas de volta pro Moshi, perguntou o que tinha acontecido com ele, né? Que ele não apareceu nos primeiros dias. E ele falou que ele estava um pouquinho doente, mas ele já tá de volta e, né? Não sei se a gente gosta muito disso, não. Okay, so what do you think Thai teams have such a dominance in Free Fire even on the Asia continent?
เขาคิดยังไงกับทีมไทยที่รู้สึกว่าเหมือนกับว่าจะเป็นแบบผู้นำไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางฝั่ง C หรือว่าจะเป็นทางฝั่งนี้ก็ตามคือทีมไทยตอนนี้ทำผลงานได้ดีมาก
ก็รู้สึกดีครับเพราะว่าเราก็ทุกคนในทีมไทยก็ฝึกซ้อมกันเป็นอย่างดี
I feel really great because we all Thai team have practiced together like to be the top one on the leaderboard.
Uau, perfeito, isso é muito importante. Eu perguntei para ele por que ele acha que os times tailandeses têm a maior dominância mesmo aqui no Brasil ou no continente asiático. E ele falou porque todos os times tailandeses treinam juntos. Então eles estão juntos ali e a gente tem que ficar de olho. Okay, I actually have one more personal question for Moshi. Does he think like he makes a lot of difference in the team, or is that okay if he doesn't play? Because we have watched great action with him and actually with DeLong as well. So what makes Buriram team so strong even if they replace other players?
คิดว่าทีมของเราเก่งไหมแบบว่าคิดว่าพอชี้เข้ามาทีมมันเกิดความเปลี่ยนแปลงไหมเพราะว่าวันแรกเอาดีลองลงแต่แบบก็ยังเก่งอยู่ดีถึงวันนี้มาชี้ลงก็ยังโหดอยู่ดีแบบมันมีความแตกต่างไหมระหว่างแบบผู้เล่น2คนแบบเอาใครมาเล่นก็แทนกันได้
ก็ถ้าถามว่าแตกต่างไหมก็ถามว่าแตกต่างครับเพราะว่าส่วนตัวของดีลองก็ไม่ได้ซ้อมเลยก็มีแค่4ตัวพวกผมที่ยืนกันจริงๆก็เก่งกันทุกคนนะครับ
Actually, it's quite different because when we have the long play on the first day, actually he didn't practice at all. Yeah, just only one night of miracles. Yeah, so when he come back, so that a little bit changed. But anyway, it can be anyone and the team still be great.
Perfeito. Perguntei aqui para ele em relação a essa substituição que teve do DeLong, já que ele não estava jogando no primeiro dia, e se ele acha que faz muita diferença, mesmo tendo reserva jogando ou não reserva, se ele joga, se ele não joga. Ele falou assim que na verdade foi uma grande surpresa o DeLong ter jogado e na verdade também foi um milagre, porque ele não estava treinando muito, né? Então aí ele falou assim que não importa quem esteja no
time, porque o time da Buriram ainda continua sendo muito forte, independente de quem jogue ou não. Meus amigos, a nossa entrevista aqui foi maravilhosa. Marca aí no seu freestyle tudo que a gente falou aqui, perguntou pro Moshi e vamos de melhores momentos.
Yes, and again, congratulations for having your first Booyah on your first comeback, Moshi. Keep it up, okay? And now, thank you for watching our interview. Let's head back to our caster and watch our analyze.
So, couple things here, right? Today, we're seeing Buriram full power.
Yeah.
Totally normal Buriram. But the Buriram before this, we saw D-Long. This was a man that did not get any practice in. And considering you're playing with somebody that wasn't able to get any scrims in, any practice, and the team, I actually think these two did really well, even though they had somebody that just wasn't polished.
Yeah, I mean, the points that they grabbed from day one is 101 points. That's second to Twisted Mind. So,
and that's without Moshi. That's without Moshi. So
Exactly.
it's worse, isn't it? If you think about it, like now you've got Moshi back. He's probably not 100%, probably like 80 or 90%, but he looked pretty damn good today.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing though. I mean, it's also something that they could have taken the team of the day from day number one if in case Moshi was available. Again, no offense to D-Long, because he really put him a lot in terms of assists, and with that experience as well, I mean, I think he can analyze a little bit better knowing this like level of competition or playing inside a level of competition just like this. But Buriram United is back on track. Moshi is back in play, and they grab a lot of booyah. That is, if I'm not mistaken, 20 or a lot of elimination rather, 20 elimination points just from day number one. But they haven't beaten the record just yet that has been set by WAG, which was 34 points. But our MVP, none other than Wasana, 6 elimination, 2,164 in damage, and 9 assists.
Knowing that Buriram is back at full power, I kind of fear for everybody in these two groups now. Because they look so dang good on their first game today. Obviously with Moshi back as well. And we saw in the player cams, like he looked really good. Like super great mood. He was laughing with the team. So obviously Moshi's back, okay? He's not half back. He's not back from the grave. He's back. So now the question I have is, how many points are the rest of the teams going to get that aren't going to be in the pockets of Buriram? Because if things continue the way they do today, which we know Buriram is generally consistent, they're playing with their full roster, they will normally get top 3. They will normally get somewhere at least over 10 kills. I feel like that is a standard for this team. They get at least 10 kills regardless of where they generally end. What's going to be left for everyone else to grab these points? Because this grouping is already at a disadvantage because we have one team that wasn't able to make it. So that's 4 less players to get points from. And don't forget, we also have to consider buybacks, right? Every time you have to consider, let's say on average, a team buys back at least twice. So that's collectively points that are not going to be available anymore for the rest of the teams. And with Buriram existing, what's left? It's literally bones, skin, scraps. Like it's a vulture park here because all the meat and all the muscle has been taken up by Buriram.
Yeah, and not only Buriram United. I mean, Team Falcons, the performance they have taken that second place, though it's not that much of elimination coming from them, but they are coming back because they felt that they're being pushed down away from that top 12 or very close to that threshold of a top 12. So they are putting a little bit more of effort. If they were not doing it yesterday, they're putting a little bit of effort. But it's just unfortunate though that Twisted Mind didn't play similar to what we've seen them yesterday. So not quite sure. Again, going back to your question of how they did yesterday, what happened? Why is it changed? What has it changed right now? But as we look into the elimination leader, no question, Buriram United across the board, and then Peter in the mix.
Look, there was just absolute domination. I think that was probably the best way to put it for this game number 1. Someone has to cut this team down. And this first game is not a good sign, right? Like, Twisted Minds out of the picture so early. RRQ, another team that was taken out of the picture so early. And I question, who is there that's going to be able to challenge Buriram? Like, I think most people would assume Falcons would be the next best team, right? The next best team to be able to take down Buriram, because they have had a pretty consistent history amongst each other, right? They're always playing, they're always top 3, they're always fighting against each other for trophies, for titles, for wins. But looking at Falcons in game number 1, I don't know if this iteration, or at least this version of Falcons, not to say anything really changed, but they don't look that great for this first game.
I mean, even from yesterday, they didn't look that great. I'm not quite sure what's happening in Team Falcons. Probably it's like it might translate from the loss that they have from the regionals. You know that they went in different different competition, back-to-back championship, and they missed that opportunity from the previous season of the Southeast Asia. So that might be something, or they're just biding their time right now because it's only week 1 and they only need to get to top 12. They're not really aiming on the #1 spot in the knockout stage. Most of the time that is left to either the point rush or the grand final. So Team Falcons just still being Team Falcons from my point of view. That will depend on how it is by the end of the day. But again, Buriram United is back. And earlier when we were looking at the standings, I was surprised of Reta, because we were pointing out that they were targeted by a lot of teams in the early part of that game and managed to grab the 3rd spot. So I would like to see more of this team as well. Reta has started to pull themselves up onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think, well, speaking of Reta, I think it's a great time to sort of talk about them, right? Because we didn't really have too much, because they had a very, very, very iffy start, right? They decided to go for a spread, they got picked off, but we'll talk about them a little bit later. It looks like we do have a couple clips we want to show you guys first. Let's go.
Everyone's online all the time. Shopping, social media, gaming. But have you thought about the threats lurking behind it? Viruses, hackers, scams. Without protection, your smartphone could be at risk. That's where Kaspersky Antivirus comes in. It blocks threats, keeps your online shopping secure, and still preserves your phone's performance. Want to browse worry-free? It's simple. Just go with Kaspersky. Safe, easy, and essential.
Plus, Kaspersky has a limited time exclusive skin in Free Fire Max. Buy Kaspersky, grab an awesome skin, and secure that booyah in style.
And there you have it. I mean, Kaspersky, you will get that skin on Free Fire Max if you grab that, and hopefully everyone will get that, because I would love to have some skins as well into the game.
Get protected online. That's probably the best way to put it. Protect yourselves online, guys.
Definitely now. I would know, because I have kids who are mostly online. So I would be getting I have one already, but I'll be getting more for them as well, especially when they get their own laptops. But I have to save up for that.
Protect yourselves. That's the message of today. Protect yourselves online, folks. We do care about your safety as well online, so make sure you look after yourselves whilst you're watching the Free Fire World Series. We're enjoying ourselves here. We've got game 1 done and dusted. We're waiting for game number 2. And look, I hate to be that person that just harps on one team, but I'm just looking at Buriram and I'm thinking, like, who's going to beat these guys? Who's going to cut them down? Who's going to stop them? Like, it literally just feels like it's going to be another Buriram stompy day, unless somebody steps up. Because I don't expect Buriram, like, we've never seen this team, like, have a bad tournament. Like, they've never had a bad group stage. They never have a bad day for elimination days. Like, they are so dangerously consistent. Like, you can't bet on something going wrong for this team because it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that would happen for them is like not grabbing the championship, but in knockout stage, I mean, this is where they really bring up a lot in terms of firepower. So we're going to go in for the next game. Purgatory is our next stop. We're going to head over and throw it over to Camilota XP as well as Yunzul to introduce us to this game. So host, take it away.
Sumi nada, menino. Tô aqui com a minha amiga Carol Bombicheira, que vai decolar comigo nesse momento. Vamos direto para Purgatório, o mapa mais árido e quente do nosso Free Fire, né, Carol?
Yes, of course. Our next destination is in Purgatory map. So far, we have watched great actions here in Free Fire World Series. Can you guess who is going to get the next Booyah? Let's find out together, because we are ready to take off.
Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração. Pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Or hell can save them as that's at this point. But again, the question goes back, as you mentioned, Danley, who can take down Buriram United? Because from day number 1, this is where they grabbed that first Booyah before they went in back-to-back. So as we can see, the flight path right now coming from the south to the north, and every team has already been spread out, but we're seeing the potential of a hot drop between 6K and Hawaii Sports.
Yeah, a very close drop between these two teams. We'll have to see if they decide to go for an engage or if they disengage. We do have a bit of a sandwich happening towards the bottom side as well. A tackle around RRQ and Falcons. These guys are relatively close to each other, so we could be seeing some action as well, especially with RRQ and Falcons. But let's focus on 6K and Hua, because these guys dropped right on top of each other. And I have to say, Hua, they are making the first move. They're the ones that are going to try and go for the flush first. They do catch out Dallas, who's all on his own out in the open. He's managed to juke and jive so far. The rest of his team hiding in compounds on the other side, and they catch Death!
that is a distraction gameplay, or if not like a switcheroo.
The ultimate bait.
They baited them out in the door. They didn't step out though, but that angle that Nico and Bad is taking just brought down one of the players. So let's see if Y Sports will be able to get back on this, though there's no elimination that has been done. They were able to manage pick him up. And 6 Karma right now is trying their best to survive this fight. But as we look into E1 and Pain Gaming, this is Motivea being taken down by Vidin on the replay from above. And going back, Y Esports and 6 Karma.
Our first elimination already on the board. I kind of feel like, just looking at how Hua's playing, they were kind of panicking. They definitely did not expect that angle to sort of come in from 6K, that angled shot to catch out onto Death. So playing very defensively, but for 6K, they're just like, okay, you can just watch Hua, let their teammate watch Hua. The rest of us are going to go loot, see if we can find anything better, because clearly they didn't storm the compound because they probably didn't have the right inventory for it. They didn't have the right utility, so 6K kind of abandoning the ship at the moment. So I think crisis averted for both these teams. We could have seen one of them being eliminated early, but they're going to leave that fight for another day, or maybe leave the fight to another team, because they're not the only 2 teams competing in our competition today. But yeah. Neptune, I have to say, you know, aside from that little skirmish that we had originally, really quiet early game for Purgatory. I was kind of expecting to see some more bodies hit the floor from the other side of the map, but relatively quiet Purgatory game, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, from Bermuda, there's only a few teams that really started it off, but they pull out in time not to be eliminated early. So I guess that's something that they're very cautious. They don't want to be taken out, especially for those teams didn't do so well from Bermuda. Imagine Y Sports, they did have a placement, they didn't get elimination, thus the performance that we've seen against 6K. They were cautious after that takedown. They were confused as where they're coming from, so they pull away from that engagement. Though a flank was done earlier by one of the players of Y Sports, but they didn't engage. WAG, they were aggressive the first time that we saw them. They took the Team of the Day title, and I think this is them hunting and trying to bring it back from the previous match. They only grabbed 7 points, so let's see what they can pull out this time.
All right, WAG not too happy with how things happen in round number 1, so they're going to try and do something here into Hua Esports. They did spot Poppy right off the bat. Janbin was also the one to throw the first shot. Alan, though, quite far back from the team, but WAG only with 2 men storming the compound, probably not realizing that there's an entire team waiting for them. So far, nobody has hit the ground as of yet, though Krillin is sitting at half health here. Death, though, going to be caught out by Export. Beautiful shot from the side.
Yeah, I mean, X-Bor from above and Cyrus from the side. That is a good retreat as well being done by WAG as the Hua Esports try to push on them. 2 eliminations already being taken in at 3, and Poppy tries to get away, and Poppy's vehicle has popped, and he will be stopping right there, unlike Pringles who popped. You can't stop, but this is Cyrus right now who's going in for the rush, and I think this might be the end of Hua at this point.
It might be, and this Poppy somehow scratches up the money to go for any kind of buyback, but that's going to be it. Cyrus gets rid of Poppy. Hua is out. First team eliminated. Devastating start for this team because they really wanted to grab those points on the board, but you know, you run into WAG, a team that has been so hungry limbs. Next team that's looking for kills here is Falcons, running into pain on this hillside. They're playing from the high ground so far. Karoro trying to find that next angle, trying to shoot down Noda of all people. Gusto playing on the back, trying to hide behind this fallen plane. And at the moment, Sami actually on the other side. E1 fighting into Twisted Minds. The Falcon continuing one more, sniping from long range. Can he get those heads? Looking for the 1v1. Pain, they're going to try and abandon ship, but it's going to come at a very heavy cost as Motivia shot down from the sky and turned into an elimination.
Only one remaining for the team of Pain Gaming, and 6 Karma will be introduced in the mix. Team Falcons, though, we're only seeing 3 players right here and missing a 1. I think we have yet to see, or probably they just have revived him, but 6 Karma is not pushing in that carelessly, and they want to get a better position or just get away from this engagement. And 6 Karma just flies in, finds the next position on the second phase up the circle, and they will be leaving Team Falcons behind.
Look, if you can reset, just reset. Don't put your entire team on the line to try and go for those eliminations. So I wholeheartedly agree with the decision here for 6K. The only unfortunate thing, though, is they're running away from that next circle, and they're also running into the path of RRQ. So could be a little bit scary here for 6K. Pain, in the meantime, going to try and go for their own buybacks as well. Falcons have found a vehicle. E1. What happened? Holy moly, we've only got 1 player left.
Yeah, only 1 player managed to go into the mode house. Probably will utilize that revival platform. Not quite sure if you have enough of the coins. Managed to bring 1 back, but still, the revival platform is there. They have plenty of distance compared to the other teams, and they have plenty of time as well to loot up. So E1 Esports, though, within XP has been revived. There's still a long way to go to recover from that engagement, and they only got 2 points out of that. It's a good thing, though, that they are not eliminated from the game yet.
Not yet, but the thing is, for how long, right? Because you're only going with 2 players, and we're seeing so many teams still sitting on their full rosters. We do see Vitten brought back here, so E1, they're slowly bringing everybody back. RRQ, though, playing on the high ground, trying to shoot down, or at least throw a couple of pot shots at attack all round. A little bit too far, unfortunately, so no lucky shots as of yet, but still thinking of where they want to go to enter that circle. Now, we do have another team here, Retta. These guys had a really tough start on Bermuda, looking much more stable in Purgatory, but they're also much more quiet. They haven't looked for any eliminations. They haven't run into any teams yet, so kind of keen to see this team in action as a full roster.
Yeah, one thing I would say is the teams coming from Latin America as well as Brazil prioritizes on the placement. So despite of Greta being gunned down by a lot of teams earlier, they managed to position themselves better and still take a higher point than the other teams. But Twisted Mind really needs to put up a lot of effort, because from the previous, they only got 4 points and the aggression is not working for them. The same goes for WAG. I mean, WAG, they were stuck earlier, nowhere to go, so they need to like at least a few seconds ahead of the next phase of the circle, so that they will not be stuck outside, similar to what we've seen happen in Bermuda.
All right, so lots of scouting being thrown out by our teams. Everyone just trying to figure out where everyone is at this point in time and trying to figure out, okay, is it safe to go in? And for WEG, they're playing on the outer edge, trying to see, okay, is there anyone that we can potentially snipe? Is there anyone we can get for free? How do we get into this circle for free and not have to worry about running into a team like Roram? Because I think that's the greatest fear, right? Running into any of the top dogs and being eliminated before you can even get your placement points. This is such a scary situation for a team that did not decide to go for, actually it's for the majority of the teams in this particular game, very passive game. We didn't see a lot of action, not a lot of teams running kills at the moment. So anyone that gets eliminated here, it's going to come at a very steep cost because they did not start farming their eliminations yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we still have 10 teams remaining at this point as we head over Team Falcons and attack all around once again. I mean, the rivalry between these two teams, let's include another team of 6 Karma as well. They are outside of the blue, though, Team Falcons and attack all around, so they need to make way onto the next phase of the circle first before focusing on eliminating. But the second is a third phase doesn't hurt that much compared to the next one, but as it closes in, attack all around is also moving in against 6 Karma. Pocho, the captain, has been taken down, and also attack all around Limit taking down Nico, but Twisted Mind grabbing 5 elimination, and 6 Karma is out of the game.
6 Karma's out. A tackle round, they did have to pay with Cougar's life, which, I mean, sometimes it's worth eliminating a team and losing somebody, but I kind of feel like in the case of a tackle round, Cougar's probably one of the last players you want to be losing on this team. He plays such a pivotal role in scouting, in rushing, in creating openings for his teammates. So hopefully they can get him brought back. They will. So he's going to come back soon, but I hope they've got items for him because he's got a very big weight to carry. As we're going to be switching over to Falcons here, running into Twisted Minds, who are trying to climb the side of this cliff. Lots of grenades being thrown out, lots of melters as well, trying to get rid of those blue balls, and Samin going to be shot down. The WAG going to join the fray as well, Neptune! Woo!
Twisted Mind stuck in between Team Falcons and WAG, and Team Falcons also feeling the heat. 6 elimination already being taken, but one more will not let that go that easily. And attack around also hearing those gunshots will try to be put into the mix as well. It's not looking good for all this team. Skylar Riptide Rhythm takes out the cover of Team Falcons. Alan right now taking down Peter, and Kiroto remaining in this approach as the 2 players has been left behind. On fire takedown, only 1 remains for Team Falcons, and here comes attack all around. Twisted Mind eliminated. Team Falcons about to be eliminated as well. WAG is on fire.
WAG is on fire. Falcons almost running into Rata as well. What is this chaos happening? It was just teams running in one by one, and WAG becoming the ultimate victors as Falcons are going to be eliminated. Their final player going to be caught. The tackle round is down to Cougar and Jump God, but Cougar gets caught out. It's just Jump God. The players are still playing on the side of the cliff there. They're going to try and go for that really risky play, trying to go for those shots down. Alan does get clipped there, and oh my gosh, are they going to potentially lose WAG? They do get Jump God there. So it's not all down. But oh, that was chaotic. Attack off round, they're super lucky they still have somebody sticking around, and it's Limit.
I'm loving the WAG at this point. First time we saw them, they were really aggressive, tactical and aggressive at the same time, and the same goes for this. But Limit being left alone, being spotted by WAG, and Kirin being connected. He is being rushed by Kirin, and Kirin wants to take him down. I don't think the snipe will help onto Kirin, and there goes the takedown and elimination of attack all around. We are left with 5, and WAG is bringing it with 12 eliminations.
12 eliminations. They do reveal their position though. I think RRQ sniffed things out as Buriram actually sniping out Ma'al there. Oh boy, RRQ losing a major player on the team as E1 down to their final player. As Gwyneth MVP gets taken out. So it's down to Pal to try and play the placement game for this team. Buriram though raining down hell on RRQ. Jut's gonna be finally caught. It's now just down to Abe as he's the last one remaining, I believe, on the team. Jut's gonna be dropped again. Abe going to try, but he just gets shotgunned in the face. Buriram, 4-man strong. Oh man, I think if I'm going to make a prediction, it's probably going to come down to WAG versus Buriram. And WAG, they're down one player. And look at that, Wasado just runs into X4.
There we have it. I mean, X4 surprise hit against him, and only 2 remain. WAG jumps in onto Reda Esports, a 2v4 situation, but Buriram United will not let this go. They will jump onto the other side. Glue wall pulled up in the right timing, not to be targeted by Reda, and here comes the UAV to spot up plenty of players in this area, and I think Buriram United will be backing off just a little bit and taking advantage from them from this engagement from far.
WAG down to Krillin as their final player. Reta though still looking relatively strong, so it might come down to these guys. E1 though, they have one player just standing on the sidelines looking to get the placement point. Look at this pal playing so silently, and it's going to pay out for him because Chris will be the first one to be taken out. Reta is gone. E1, PAL 7 securing second place placement points for the team. I think he got lucky because if I'm not mistaken, he did not get scouted by the drone. He was outside of the zone when it was scouting teams. So they didn't even know where he was. He was very, very lucky with his placement.
He was just waiting for the chaos to die down from that tower, as well as slowly move down onto that ridge. And Buriram United did jump away after the engagement of WAG. So E1 Sports managed to grab that placement point, as well as I guess a few of elimination. But Buriram United for the back-to-back booyah. Moshi is the catalyst of putting this in. Even from yesterday, even from day number 1 though, they were able to get back-to-back, but it's not a surprise really, especially for this team. So we're going to go for an interview and hear what Buriram United has to say once again. So let's bring it over to our host.
Mais uma vez, Buriram por aqui, meus amigos. Dobradinha, um buia seguido do outro. E a gente puxou o Get High pra trocar uma ideia, porque no primeiro dia de estreia deles, ele foi o MVP Kaspersky. Agora a gente quer entender mais ou menos como é que tá funcionando o jogo deles, porque até agora tem dado muito certo. Gente, alguém faz alguma coisa? Yusu, please go ahead.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. A second booyah for Buriram United Esports. Actually, they are the king of booyah, so no doubt. So, Moshi, first of all, congratulations again. And as a support, what do you think about the combat of MT7 of Fluxo yesterday? Compare him to your Moshi, the sniper of the team.
เขาบอกว่าเทียบกับระหว่างการเล่นระหว่าง MT7 เมื่อวานกับการเล่นของเราอ่ะคิดว่าใครดีกว่ากัน
น่าจะของเรามากกว่าเราต้องเชียร์ทีมเราอยู่แล้ว
he said that yeah, of course it might be Buriram that be better than them.
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah, like our combo are better.
Not what else to say? Not even apologize to Fluxo?
มีอะไรจะขอโทษฟุกโซ่ไหมเขาถามเลยไหม
ไม่มีครับ
ไม่มีครับ Tá bom, então, né? Aí o Su perguntou aqui pra ele igualdades e diferenças, o que ele acha do jogo do MT7, que é o suporte do Fluxo, e ele também tem trabalhado como suporte, não só o suporte de Sniper, né, porque o Sniper é o Moshi, mas também o suporte de Rush ali. E ele falou assim que acha... can you remind me again what he said about MT7?
He's just saying like if he had to compare with MT7, he think like they are better than.
Ele falou assim que se tiver que ter uma comparação entre os dois aí, ele acha que ele é bem melhor que o MT7. E aí eu falei assim, tem certeza? Você não quer nem se desculpar aí com o time do Fluxo? Ele, não, tô de boa, a gente é melhor do que eles. Gente, o que tá acontecendo aqui? Okay, we don't have more time for questions. And I don't want to ask any questions for him anymore. Vamos pros melhores momentos, porque eu não tô a fim de perguntar mais nada pra esse cara aqui. Camilota, me tira daqui, vai, isso.
Yes, such a answer. Well, again, congratulations, and we are looking forward for more booyahs from everyone. Yep, thank you everyone, and now let's head back to our caster and see how analyze.
I question if anyone else is going to be given a chance to get a booyah, because Boo have already gotten the first two. Practically unkillable at this point. We haven't really seen anyone be able to take them on head on yet. I'm not sure. I don't even think it's a case of like circumstances, but Buram's always in an advantageous position. They always just... It just seems picture perfect. This team just doesn't mess up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, again, the only thing I have in mind right now is they want to take back as much point as possible to be the team of the day. They missed out on that on day number 1.
True.
It was given to Twisted Mind, and that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking that Twisted Mind is just back on their usual ways, but from how I'm seeing it, it's just Moshi that changed. And if Moshi is not playing, then there's a good chance to take advantage of that. But we're also looking at a different set of groups right here, wherein Team Falcons is also in the mix. And not all that, I mean, Reda and E1 Esports, I'm going to point them out because position-wise as well, survivability, they're doing quite well.
They're doing really well. I kind of want to maybe attribute this to the style that we're kind of seeing at FFWS this year. So, I mean, you and me, we've done so much Free Fire Asia events. We generally get to see how these teams play, but the way that these end games are happening in FFWS, it is quite bizarre, where normally in the Asia scene, we would see teams kind of bunker down, focus on trying to stay within their compound. You didn't see too much like very overzealous rushing. Whereas today, or at least like in the tournament so far, we are seeing a lot of teams taking initiative themselves, pushing early, even though like the final circle isn't moving. And it's creating these like really interesting scenarios that is really benefiting the teams from Brazil and LATAM, where they can play for placement points because sometimes they're just not being spotted.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because of that, like, that alone, the change of meta between Southeast Asia as well as LATAM and Brazil and other regions as well, that can make Southeast Asia pull back in their aggressiveness. They don't want to be caught off guard because of how other teams are just watching like everything happening around, especially from what we've seen Reddit does. They are just waiting onto one side and then waiting, like looking out for any potential elimination. And you don't want to be caught out in the open, regardless of how fast and how quickly you can pick up a teammate. But if you make a mistake, you might lose 1 or 2 teammates, and that will be the booyah out of the window.
Gotta take some pointers from the LATAM and Brazil teams. Okay, guys, how do you play for placement points when you're down to 1 player? Because that's hard. That is a massive task in itself. And for them to successfully do it for 2 rounds, like sure, it wasn't the same team that did it, but like the region in itself seems to have mastered that end game hide and seek kind of mentality. You know, just finding the best places to hide is really paying off for them. Whereas for the teams in Asia, like you can see, they really are hard pressed on going for the aggressive plays, for trying to go for the elims, trying to flush people out of compounds, using utilities to try and get those flat out kills. So
yeah,
it's only technically 2 play days for these groups, but I kind of feel like I'm hoping somebody is learning something from these 2 play days. Like they're learning something from these other regions they don't generally play against.
And that's one thing. I mean, I love to see a change of pace from both, like all the regions come week number 2, because there's a lot of data that everyone's taking up already, that they are gathering already. How are they grabbing the placement? How are the other teams grabbing so much elimination? But as we look at the key players. Again, Wasana is our MVP, 8 elimination overall. X-Board, though, with the damage that he has put in spite of them being taken out, I would say somewhat well, it's not that early, but somewhat too early to grab that booyah. They still managed to get 12 elimination though. So hopefully WAG can change like a little bit of their rotation so they will not be caught out. But again, Bordeaux United is in play, a full squad. I mean, this is the full-blown Bordeaux United that we have. D-Long is sitting it out, just analyzing on the sides, and the entire team Bordeaux United just giving it all out to be that team of the day. But other regions as well, Reda, Team Falcons, or other teams, Reda, Team Falcons, E1 Esport trying to make their way in this fight. And as you can see, Team Falcons has been pushed down to second place, very close to E1 Esports just because of the placement.
This looks so unfair. Like, the point distribution. 24 points. I mean, that's obviously because of 2 bringouts of Buriram, but 24 placement points. 35 eliminations. They've more than doubled every other team in terms of eliminations after 2 rounds. They're sitting on 50 points, whereas everybody else, 20-something-ish points. I mentioned this at the beginning of the day today, you know, it's like if these guys just let Buriram run amok, there's not going to be anything left for everybody else. Like, you've been picking up scraps and just basically praying that they basically leave good stuff for you. I'm so disappointed. I'm gonna be the bad guy as well. I am so disappointed with Twisted Minds. I had expectations for this team to just be like, okay, we've been underdogs for the entirety of the season, but it's our time to shine at the FFWS. And then it ends up being a bit of a one-day wonder for them. Like, I hate seeing this happen for some teams because they have a great day one and then like gone. Crash. Whatever happened to their flight, it's gone without a trace. And that's kind of what's happening with Twisted Minds here. And you know, they still can qualify for like the finals, but my hope for this team to do well in the finals, it's kind of going down with the flight, my man. it's not in the sky, it's on the ground somewhere.
Well, there is a good chance though for Twisted Mind, just in case they will be left out with I would say most or less Southeast Asian team, which is unlikely to happen because of the performance that we're seeing right here, even from like especially for WAG and Bordeaux United. But if there was a good chance that half of the top 12 will be Southeast Asian and half would be coming from the other region, Twisted Mind might be able to capitalize on that. But that's us hoping that the other teams like Bordeaux United, Team Falcons, if they really put in so much of effort to place themselves in the top 12, which they're trying to do so right now. If they let go of how aggressive they are or how much the points they are gathering, then yes, Twisted Mind can bring it back. But I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know what changed today, but hopefully Twisted Mind can bring in a lot of elimination. So we're going to go in for a few clips as well to celebrate our sponsors as well as everyone who made this happen. So again, Danley, we're going to continue this conversation. Let's head it over to our TBC.
We are back, folks. We finished up 2 games today, and it has been a very predictable day in terms of results, with Buriram securing our first 2 booyahs in the classic dominant fashion. The full roster is back, baby. Moshi is back, and they're looking unstoppable. And everybody else is scrambling.
Ótimo, Apel. Obrigado por perguntar. Vamos direto para o palco que os jogadores já estão mais posicionados, né, Yansu?
Yes, game 1 and game 2, Buriram
Not
United
sure what
Esports
happened, but I
again.
think
So scary, but
once
this
a TVC
third game
happens,
is the map
like, we
Alpine,
won't-
and I
like, we
believe
just-
that is
just
huge
let it
map
go.
will have
Yeah, we
difficulties
gotta-
for Buriram. Let's watch it out, everyone.
E bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi
You want to take this after, on the flight? So after the flight, when the call will be there. So.
I'm just gonna speak when I see the map. Because that's been the call so far, so there's like an actual map footage, and it's like, Alpine first, will be Kalahari. Okay.
Alpine.
And is it going to be another Buriram Booyah, or is it going to actually be another team? We'll find out just a second here as we do finally get a flight path that's going to be from the top right to the bottom left. And so far, just looking at where everyone is currently dropping, we're not seeing anything too crazy. A couple of pot shots here and there, but no hard pot drops.
Yeah, sorry to break the news, but Alpine is Buriram United's map, so there is a huge possibility that it would be a Grand Slam for Buriram United, unless they will be taken down a little bit early. Argue trying to put up a little bit of shots from Twisted Mind. Twisted Mind is not doing the same thing, but worse is RRQ. So not quite sure what's happening on RRQ's side as well. Even the drops that they don't have so much of compound to cover. They are split up very, very bad, and they're being gunned down right there out in the open. So Razor might be cut down a little bit too early, and this might be a good distraction to give some time to the other teams.
Hey boys, a couple pot shots for RRQ, playing with Twisted Mind. This is such an early battle here, Neptune. I'm a little bit worried for either of these teams because anybody can be eliminated off the bat. It's just who spots who first and who's able to get that starting shot that just kick things off. Now, speaking of kicking things off, Twisted Mind is like, yeah, we're just gonna take this vehicle, let's just leave. Gonna try and scout around the river. Okay, no, Exposy going to scout around the river. We'll be spotting out Abe, and a couple of pot shots are thrown out, so he has revealed his position. So Exposy gonna go and try for the 1v1 here, and it could really go either way depending on who it has the better aim. But he managed to find him jumping out the window, and on the other side, Ray's been picked off. Abe's also been picked off. RRQ dismantled Neptune.
Yeah, not quite sure if that was time or it was just coincidence, but it's pretty much just at the same time that they pushed in and eliminated 2 of the players. But argue a little bit smart, they were given time to save up, to invest on those coins, and they managed to bring back 2 of the players. So Twisted Mind have 2 elimination, but will not take out RQ just yet. And aggression is being pulled, I would say, slowed down from Twisted Mind's part. And I don't think that would work for them. They tried so much to play it slow for the first 2 maps, and what did they get? Only 4 from Bermuda and 7 on Purgatory. So hopefully we'll see more of aggression coming from Twisted Mind. But as we go into a tackle around an E1 Sports, a tackle around might be an aggressive team, but there's a huge chance that E1 Sports can win this battle.
And looks like we're going to be pivoting over to Pain versus Hua here. Shin's been caught up by Noda, so that's going to be 1 player already down. Pain advancing onto that 1 compound. Death is on that 2nd floor, so he's going to be a little bit careful here. But instead, they're going to pivot over to the bridge. Instead, Peter going to go for the shots. They're trying to go for the 1v1. None of them have either been picked off, but Poppy on the low ground has been caught out. So it's all up to Yanbin. For his teammate, Peter does get caught out, shot down and shot to hell, but we still have Death on that rooftop. trying to help his teammate out, but there's a big numbers disadvantage here, Death, and your name is not looking promising.
Then right now being chased, and that's whoa! There goes the takedown. Bison in hand. Death is trying to fire back, but there goes the takedown onto Death. There's still 11 teams remaining, so I guess a revival has been done on Hawaii Sports. They're not out just yet, but Pain Gaming might see Reda Esports in a bit as they traverse this bridge as well as on the edge of this circle. We are seeing a glimpse of one player from Hawaii Sports coming back from the revive flight and trying to get away from Vantage.
Yeah, I mean, they flew right over Vantage. Now, I'm pretty sure Payne did not see this player at all, but hopefully they land somewhere safe so that they have that opportunity to collect some more coins and to bring back their team, because Hua's had a really tough game today. I think they've been one of the few teams that have been consistently picked off during like the first round of kills. So they're going to have to go back into that recovery mode. We've seen this work out for a couple of teams so far, but yeah, it's just been a really difficult play day here, unfortunately, for Hua. Now, another team that kind of struggled in this particular game is RRQ, right? We saw this team almost get completely eliminated. They barely got out. I think it was thanks to Dutz, who had a vehicle, who was able to escape with the vehicle. But the team is back to square one. They're not really fully equipped. They're not in a really great position to fight. Falcons, though, this is a team that loves to fight, and they're trying to fight into a tackle round. Jump Bob, though, he gets shot in the backside, not taken out as of yet, still going to stick around, but he does get taken down by Kororo at the end of the day. But here we go. Poongod, though, he rushes in and is just immediately shut down.
Oh, here comes the Wukong being pulled out by On Fire. It's lovely to see that again. Cooler will be shut down by On Fire from behind. Wow. And there we have it. Again, the battle of Team Falcons and Attack All Around is not yet over just yet. Limit is there from afar. BSK in hand. FGL is just burning them down a little bit, but they managed to recover. Now, one more player. Limit is the only one remaining at this point, and this might be an Attack Around. Will be attacked all around once again, but there goes a land squad, and this might save him. No shots will be taken, and he does survive.
He does survive, but a vehicle was picked up, so they're going to try and go for the chase. Speaking of chase, we have Ma'al being pursued as well as Limit gets caught by one more.
Yeah, but still no elimination. Get back or recovery has been done by Jump God onto Cooker. So Attack All Around is still alive and kicking. WAG no is being aggressive once again. They have 3 elimination already and still trying to chase down Ma'al coming back from that revive, and they're only stuck with in between the glue walls. Cyrus tries to go in for the jump. 1v2. Ma'al might be able to clutch it up, but no, says Alan. Charge Buster in hand, and that eliminates RRQ once again, and being stuck with only 7 points after 2 games. It's not really looking good for RRQ.
It's been a really, really tough grouping here for RRQ. This team has just struggled to stay in the game, to put themselves in a position where they can actually make it to the late game. They've just been constantly picked off, and I kind of wonder, is this maybe just a positional disadvantage? We did see them try to play aggressive in one of their earlier games, and it also didn't pay off. Like, it's reaching that point for RRQ where it's like, no matter what they do, it hasn't worked. And I fear this is actually chewing into the team's mentality. Like, when you start to feel a little bit hopeless, that's when you're reaching a very dangerous situation, especially in competitive play, because it makes you feel no matter what you do, it's not going to do anything. So you kind of go back and try to play your comfort play. But we're already seeing that doesn't work here, especially on the world stage, because everyone already knows how you play when you're comfortable. You need to step out into that uncomfortable zone to surprise people so that they don't just expect the usual RRQ. Like, look at this, WAG. Back onto the normal circuit. Like, RRQ normally would beat WAG in a 4-on-4. So I don't know what's happened with his team. It's like they've mentally boomed.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's something off with the performance of RRQ, but after 2 matches, well, they might be pushed down after this, but after 2 matches, they still maintain their top 12 position, but it's not looking good for them.
No,
It's quite far after far from, or not too far from E1 Sports, but E1 Sports is still alive and kicking, but not for long, because Burim United is in here trying to go in for the rush. 4 players of E1 Sports goes into one corner, one flies out. Pau will be taken down, but not by Burim United, but it is Reda who gunned him down. E1 Esports just moving up and down, not quite sure what is the plan by E1 Sports right here, but Burim United is being slowed and eliminating them completely.
E1, they're biding their time. They're using utilities to try and just waste all of these utilities. But, I mean, is this even going to work out for E1? They're hanging tight. Vision's been caught, Gin has been caught. The entire team just gets rushed. I mean, the moment Moshi and Wasana got in there, that was it for this team. So, second team eliminated. E1 to follow shortly after RRQ.
Yeah, and Burim United has 2 options to either go against Reda's Esports or 6 Karma. And I think they've spotted a few from Reda Esports as well, especially with elimination or 1 loss of points that they had against Reda. But as we look into the next phase of the circle, Burim United is a good spot. I would say the 3 teams that I mentioned is at a good spot. Twisted Mind will slowly come in from the north and WAG from the east, but Y Esports quite far. Beagle, I believe Beagle is being used. They are rushing in. They don't want to be caught outside of the blue and gunned down, but a lot of teams are doing the same thing.
I mean, I'm looking towards the western side, and Falcons have somehow got to crawl their way through Buriram. That's going to be a pretty interesting one when that does finally happen, as they are slowly creeping their way towards that next circle. Now, we got a top-down view here of Pain running into Attack All Round. Now, Attack All Round, the team is rather split. They're actually on both sides of the road. So if a fight does happen, it might be in favor of Pain for a little bit up until Attack All Round. They regroup together as a team, which the regrouping is happening early. So no separate pickoffs, it looks like. But we are seeing a couple pot shots, and they do get caught out, actually.
They're running out in the open, no glue walls laid out, and judging from the number of teams that we have right now, at least have a 1 before you go and run. But UAV has caught no one coming from Pain. I guess they got away from the distance from the range of that UAV, and Pain is slowly moving in. Reda very close into their crosshairs as they are just waiting on the high ground. It's a good thing the flank onto this compound will make them a little bit safer as they close in to that face of the circle. But back to Team Falcons, very, very close. Only a road between them, and I think Burim United already knows that they have some company that's not yet firing because they don't want to give the attention to their side.
I don't think they need to start firing anyway, right? Up until you know where that next circle is going to be. So play it safe, wait for the right moment. If the circle is, okay, here's the next circle, and both teams need to make it in. So we're going to be seeing a fight all around here as teams try to find our next compound to play with. WAG and Hua Esports going to be neighbors for a short while, but clearly these guys don't like neighbors. They're going to try and kill each other.
I mean, they are coming from the same region, and let's see who's going to pop off in this fight. But it needs to be closed down soon, because they only have 9 seconds before the blue closes in, and Hawaii Sports is in a favorable position compared to WAG and Twisted Mind also going in. So this might be a disadvantage.
I'm worried about Alan here.
Hawaii Sports. Alan has done this earlier and he failed, but now it was successful.
It was successful, and they're now going to start to try to shoot down some of the players with Twisted Mind. Some of the shots are connecting. None of them are lethal as of yet. Saming, though, does go down thanks to Poppy. He's going to go down. Retta and Pain going to lose a player each. Retta, though, on the receiving end of so much damage on the side of Pain. Players dropping bodies on the floor. Retta absolutely crippled to the point that they are now eliminated. We're now at our top 8 teams here, Neptune, and we're running out of real estate.
I mean, definitely running out of real estate. Thus, the monster truck will be pulled out. Attack around going against Burim United. Not quite sure what happened for Team Falcons. They managed to get in first from a first than Burim United because BRU is just distracted by attack all around, and they are receiving a lot of damage because of the melters being thrown by Team Falcons. The gatekeeping that has been done might stop Burim United from grabbing this Booyah. Let's see how they respond. Team Falcons on a 4v4, and from behind we have attack all around, but Burim United not out just yet. Riptide Rhythm closed out those blue walls, and attack around being taken down. Burim United, Wasana was lost from the hands of a Falcon, and one more will be dropped as well.
But Buriram, they're still sticking around, picking off Falcons. It's actually just down to Kurobo. There's shots coming up from the other side, absolutely turning this fight on its head as Falcons eliminated. Jonah, last one standing. Wasana and Moshi on the ground. I just don't see a way for them to go for the pick, so it's going to have to be a game of survival again for Buriram. We will potentially get a new team to secure the Booyah for this round, Neptune, but we still have 6 teams remaining, 18 players on the field, and at the moment WAG looking to fight into Twisted Minds next.
Yeah, Twisted Mind has been the target thrown by this team earlier on, and Twisted Mind hasn't evacuated this area just yet. Despite of all the pressure that they have received from 6 Karma as well as WAG, they are still in there. Nilla XS though has been taken down. Twisted Mind is now firing back Nameless and a Bison and going in against Pocho, but WAG is close behind that on the monster truck. WA Esports wants to disrupt this rotation, but there goes one of the players of WA Esports being taken down, and WAG 6 eliminations, still 4-man strong. For how long? That will depend on how they fight against Pain.
Yeah, Pain is coming in to bring the game. Explore and Krillin straight on the ground, but Noda's been caught as well. All the players eliminated. They're still fighting though. Pain looking really strong, fighting right in WAG's space, but Gus has been caught. Noda is gone. Same with Gus as well. And now we're down to our final player, Modavia. It's all up to him if he's going to try and get the eliminations here onto WAG, but they've managed to pick up their final player. Now 3 versus 1. We usually know how this story is going to end, Neptune.
But we still have one player that is going solo, and it's coming from Burim United. So one question though is, will he be able to clutch it out? Alan managed to take down one player of Twisted Mind, and also a little bit of help coming from Jonah, a little bit of distraction as well with those pot shots on the ground, but he is still alive and kicking. Second place, it wouldn't matter. Burim United is on the run. Twisted Mind though, already on the ground. Diamond
Jonah
onto the side. Jonah will try to pull out the grenade launcher of that Drogon, and oh my goodness, he brought it to a 1v1v1, and who's going to win? It is just a time that's counting out, and Diamond trying to get away, but Jonah for the backstab misses the shot, goes in for rotate, and it's a this is just insane and how they're surviving, but Diamond is down. It's now up to Jonah and Cyrus. Will he clutch it out? It's up to how well the gunfight is. Cyrus is the winner, and WAG got that booyah.
Cyrus played such a pivotal role in turning that matchup into a 1v1v1. If he didn't stick his nose into basically business that he shouldn't have been in to begin with, I actually think he should have been taken out much sooner. I don't think it would have been that close at all, but the fact that he had the cojones to make that play happen and to basically ruin that fight altogether, I think that was the perfect display of just being able to take control of a late game situation. I think with Jonah, I think he was wishing he was the one that got that kill on the Diamond. But very unfortunate that he wasn't able to. But WAG grabbing that booyah, let's see what they have to say, because their first 2 days, they're going to be feeling absolutely ecstatic. Let's hear it from our host.
O buia da WAG. Eu quero só dizer uma coisa pra vocês. Eu sou WAG desde pequenininho, meus amigos. Nunca fiquei tão feliz com o buia de uma outra região. Mas enfim, vamos direto para as perguntas aqui. Yusu, please go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. What an amazing show from WAG, right, everyone? So let's hop into the questions immediately. Okay, so first of all, congratulations, Cyrus. How do you feel about being taken good care of every team around, but you still show yourself that you are having a potential to win this match? Thì Cyrus đang cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà mình đang được tất cả mọi người ở trong đây, tất cả các đội tuyển chăm sóc rất là tốt, nhưng mà bạn vẫn chứng minh được rằng là WAG là số 1? Thì bạn cảm thấy như thế nào với tất cả mọi người ở đây ạ?
Mình cảm thấy rất là vui, rất là bình thường.
Rất là bình thường hả? Còn cái gì nữa không?
Không.
He feels really normal and happy as always.
Perfeito. Aí o Yusu perguntou pra ele como é que ele se sente ali dominando o final do endgame, né? Mas especialmente porque ele foi o último jogador da WAG, como é que ele conseguiu, como é que ele se sente em relação a ter sido o último jogador, limpado todo o mapa e ainda, né, conseguido buia. Ele falou que se sente normal, então pra eles é algo normal. Okay, so it seems that Vietnam's teams are no longer so far behind, right? So during WAG debut here, they scored 95 points. So what do you have to say to the other teams that doubt about Vietnam region?
Thì hiện tại là Việt Nam mình cũng không có còn bị bỏ quá xa như những thời gian trước nữa. Và với cái lần xuất hiện lần này của WAG tại vòng chung kết thế giới ở đây, thì không biết là Cyrus có lời nào muốn gửi đến những đội mà đã đánh giá thấp WAG không ạ?
Mình chỉ nói một câu thôi, đừng bao giờ khinh thường người khác.
Only one sentence. Do not ever doubt people like us again.
Good, good. Assim, a gente sabe que o jogo é totalmente dominado ou pela Tailândia, ou querendo ou não pelo Brasil, né, que são os atuais campeões. Então, o Vietnã não é uma região muito comentada. E eles já começaram aqui, principalmente o time da WAG, no seu primeiro dia de estreia com 95 pontos. E aí eu pedi pra ele o que ele tem a dizer para as outras regiões que sempre duvidam, né, do estilo de jogo do pessoal do Vietnã. E ele falou assim que só tem uma coisa a dizer: nunca duvide deles. Então não é mais pra duvidar do Vietnã. E eu tô muito feliz com esse buia, porque foi em cima da Buriram. É isso. Sem mais delongas, minha família, bora de melhores momentos, que a gente ainda tem aqui mais 3 quedas pela frente.
Xin được chúc mừng Cyrus một lần nữa và mong các bạn sẽ là nước buia trong những trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Thank you everyone for watching our interview. Now let's get back to the caster and watch our analyze.
There you have it, WAG, the most improved team in the FFWS 2024. Whether it's from the Southeast Asia and even in the global stage, they are showing off with grabbing a Puya, and that is against top teams overall, but they're not doing it slowly. They are being aggressive. They're showing that they will not, or they cannot be doubted or underestimated, as what Cyrus did mention.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I mean, we've watched this team grow and develop over the course of this year. And I think as casters, like, we already established that this is a team that you have to respect. They have shown so much promise this year, so much improvement, being able to compete with our top contenders within the region. And so I think the question for all of us before the tournament even started was WAG going to play that good on the world stage? Because you'll also remember, we also have to keep in mind that this is a multi-region tournament. This is not Asia anymore. You're including other regions within the competition, and we know that Brazil LATAM, extremely competitive region on their own as well. And for them to be able to secure a booyah here, and this was also 1v1 up against one of Buriram's very own, like, I think this solidifies their position as a potential top dog in the competition. I think probably a great talking point about WAG is that they are showing a level of consistency that you only see in a team that is considered tier 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even from despite of how it is, like from the beginning of this year for the FFWS, it doesn't look like they were able to get back into the global scene, because from last year they did manage to grab the 5th place, and I think they're aiming a little bit higher. Hopefully not the same or lower, but a little bit higher on that placement. But before that really happened, it was way back in 2019 in the Free Fire World Championship that they grabbed the 4th place. So this is not their first run as an organization, but I love how they're showing up against a team that from the previous competition, even in regionals, has managed to put them down at this level of the tournament. So WAG, much respect to you guys, and hopefully we see more of those in the future.
Look, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of WAG today. You know, if anything, they might be the ones to really cut down Buram at this point in time. Although in that previous game, this was probably a perfect example of really how to take down Buram, which is take them down when they're busy with another team. They were fighting up against Falcons, they were being third-partied, they were out in the open, they were hiding behind a boulder, hoping that they'd get lucky with the circle. They unfortunately didn't, and they weren't able to really take down Falcons in a reasonable manner, I suppose, to be able to get into that next circle. So, I mean, they still got second place because of the amount of work that they did, especially with Jonah being the last man standing and just being that real big busybody. But honestly, love to see it as well. But WAG, second place, absolutely deserved it. You know, they killed it in that second round. I want to know if can they close that gap? Can they close that gap between them and Buram? Because that would be a very interesting situation if WAG ends up being the team to challenge them in today's games.
I mean, no offense to WAG. I know that they are being aggressive. They're being strong at this point, but that winning condition, especially in the previous match, is dependent on how many people are left for Buram United. If it happens that Buram United step in first before Team Falcons got the compound, they might still be a full squad towards that final engagement. So again, there's a lot of factors that might affect that, but BRU and WAG, there's still probably a greater probability that Buram United will be able to beat WAG on a 4v4 at this level of the competition. Next week it might be different, but for today, that is what I'm seeing right now.
So we are going to go for a map change in just a moment, folks. It's Kalahari, so this is going to be a pretty favorable map for quite a number of teams, although Buram does do reasonably well on this map as well, so it's not like this is going to be a map diff for this team at all. But hopefully the map change, the change of scenery, is going to be helping some of our teams that have really struggled in today's games. And I'm highlighting this map in particular because RRQ, I don't know what has happened with this team in this particular group. Is it just the groupings? Is it the teams and where they're dropping? Like, I kind of hopped on them, I guess, in that previous round before that ended. But I am just so shocked at the state of this team. Like, they were, at one point, the pride and joy of Indonesia. They were the ones waving the flag, leading the charge. They were the inspirations for the region. And then, unfortunately, they have completely dropped off. And I'm kind of wondering, you know, I'm going to ask you here, I suppose, do we think they're experimenting?
We'll have to find out, but we're going to jump in to Kalahari right now, and let's bring it over to our host to throw it there. waiting for the fight or for the flight to get ready. Kalahari up next, and well, we are just waiting. Will it be Brave United taking advantage of this, or will it be Twisted Mind who grab the booyah from day number 1? And not only did they grab the booyah, they also got 15 elimination from that fight, and that's where the back-to-back happened from the side of Twisted Mind. So this might be this might be what they have been waiting for. I don't know if this is a chance, but compared to day number 1, they had better scores up until this moment. So there's still a lot of assumption, but to your point, RRQ Kazu is still being waited to show up, and this might be a good chance for them to do so, especially as they often take the refinery drop in Kalahari. So a lot of questions that needs to be answered, as well as a little bit more time of waiting until the next fight begins. But we are just looking at the teams right now. For the viewers out there, make sure that you share this live stream. We are preparing right now to bring it over to our host to bring it to the next map, which is Kalahari. So we don't know who the host is just yet, but I guess they are prepared. They are ready, as well as we are, to bring you the action in this next fight. So, well, there's still a little bit of time. Okay, so let's bring it over.
Let's go.
The game's about to begin into Kalahari.
Bora decolar para a próxima queda, que será Kalahari. Tô precisando esquentar pouquinho, isso.
It's really cold right here, but the next map is Kalahari. We heat everything up, and especially the booyah of WG from previous map.
E bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Calculated, or if they just decided they didn't want refinery and then they realized, like, oh dang guys, we've actually dropped it with another team. Although there is somebody that's not going to be too happy here. It's one of the players of Pain jumping into Buriram and the Buriram, ending them in classic Buriram fashion. So already starting the game with 2 points, not looking too good for the competition, especially with how much of a head start they're getting. But Renta, they got rid of Dutz.
Yeah, I mean, Bay will be going down as well. Rays are a little bit too late for the party, but still firing back. Now, it is a 1v3 from what we're seeing, and let's see if a pickup will be done. And yes, Lopez will be picked up. Razor right now trying to recover, but Esports will be in here knocking onto the doors. Recovery, revival needs to be done, and he does. Now, there's a chance to get away. Shin will be taken down from afar, but they responded well against Reda Esports, bringing 2 down.
And Hua Esports might have potentially saved RRQ, but then again, they do get rid of Razor, so it's going to be down to the final revived player on the side of RRQ. But Hua really shutting down this fight, and they're getting rid of Reta. They do manage to get a buyback there onto one of the players, but this has just gone from a great head start to a catastrophic ending for Reta. This team is so funny to me because they either have horrible starts or amazing starts. And unfortunately, in this particular game, because Hua decided to show their face, they have butchered Reta. And they're now going to have to go back and play catch-up for the rest of this game, because you can see Carlos separated from the team, Lopez hiding behind a bush, and it's actually working out for him.
Well, it's working out for him. And again, like, this team's coming from Latin America, from Brazil. They know how to play the game to be silent in the perfect timing. So let's see if Lopez can survive. No healing is being done. They doesn't have any heals meds on him. And YE Sports is just buying their time in this area, trying to loot up all those crates that has been laid out. But again, RRQ, the question is why they let go of Refinery. Is it is Reda the target right here, or is it the other way around? Was it a mistake by RRQ that landed onto Reda's drop spot?
Yeah, I'm quite puzzled about this as well. I'd love to hear their mindset. If they thought that they'd be targeted on Refineries, they decided to drop somewhere else instead. But if they were the ones to make that conscious decision, I mean, kudos to them. You know, it's really difficult, and you're also basing quite a lot of luck on that potential hot drop, because I think RRQ already understand that they're just not in the best position. So sometimes you just have to make those really hard calls, and it didn't quite work out at the start, but Hua did kind of bail them out. So I guess that was like their shining guardian angel in that particular situation. But don't count on Hua to do that for you all the time. As we do see Vidalo hiding behind the boxes there, but he will be caught out. It's going to be a free elim there for E1, as Pow's actually been caught out by one more outside of the ruins. And his team is actually still under here. They're going to move in just a second. And actually, they're going to send Guinea MVP over to the other side. Now, switching on over to a different perspective, Boriram going to run into potentially the two revived players on the side of RRQ. Although Ma'al, get shot down. Oh, that's nasty.
What?
Oh, Razor!
Razor tries to get away. I mean, he might not have expected that Ma'al was targeted from a different angle, but they still have one more and a quick recovery. They're still there. They are still alive.
Thanks to Abe. He was just like, all right, guys, full house. Let's go. Come back.
But it's the same story for Reda Esports. I mean, even from the first map, we saw them being gunned down by a lot of teams. Only 2 players remaining, and then they managed to grab third place. So there's a lot of potential right here. Abe, though, has been taken down, and Pain is taking advantage. I think they're trying to get Refinery back because, like, why not? That is where they're comfortable. But a lot of teams are already taking this.
A lot of teams are coming onto Refinery because no one was here to begin with. It was a ghost town, so it's it's free for the taking. And unfortunately, RRQ, gosh, could you imagine this game being so different if RRQ just decided to take Refinery? It would have been completely untouched. They could have looted it for free. They didn't have to worry about a potential hot drop, but because they decided to make that other play, they left it wide open. They're trying to use it as a revival point to bring their players back, but they're learning now that there are teams already occupying Refinery, so they have to find another place to play catch-up again. And the scary thing with playing catch-up, not to say that it's impossible, we've seen teams before come back from the brink of extinction by playing that catch-up game, is that it depends on when you have to play this catch-up. If you get the almost team wiped at the beginning, but then you spend the rest of the game coming back, you're going to have a good inventory. You're going to have utility. You will have a good chance of coming back. But if you're getting picked off right before like a 3rd, 4th circle, you're coming back naked with like no items, no utility, horrible equips. So you are playing at a massive disadvantage, praying that looting other players is like your one way to come back.
Well, we'll have to find out if that's one thing that they can pull off. But speaking of pulling off, Twisted Minds pulling off what they've done from day number 1. Shin's the only one remaining in this compound, come from YE Sports, and Twisted Mind with 4 elimination will make this their 5th. And it's a good thing that E1 Sports managed to get away from this as well, because we saw a glimpse of one player from here, but it's not, YE Sports is not down out just yet. They have a few players coming back. That is Poppy and Yumbin, a little bit too far from this mix. But as we look at the shift off the next phase of circle, only a couple of teams, make that 3 teams inside of that area. It's that Pain Gaming very close to E1 Sports, and Brim United very, very far in the south. No one to bother them. They can loot up and put their position themselves on command post to get a better advantage.
I was going to say, command post is wide open for the taking. I'm quite surprised that almost nobody has decided to actually drop towards that bottom right-hand side of the map. Everyone is mostly towards the left-hand side, whether it be top or bottom. So this is scary because you're letting Buriram macro up for free with no competition. Everyone else is going to be eliminating each other as that circle gets smaller and smaller. Now, all eyes on WAG. This is the team that got our Booyah in our previous round. Lots of potential. They can absolutely compete with Buriram, but I think a couple of things also have to happen. One thing being someone needs to bully Buriram at some point. Whether it be bullying them whilst they're trying to go for a pick, someone trying to rush them, and you come in with the third party, something's got to give, because I think in a full team 5-on-5, sorry, 4-on-4, I still think Buriram would beat WAG in a lot of cases. Just mechanically speaking, skill-wise, Buriram, they aren't this good for no reason. These guys are incredibly good at this game when it comes to decision making, where they need to be in the fights, to bait people. Who, in general, their ability to lock on players, their foresight, trying to guess where people are going to be when they're trying to juke them, is incredible. It is so hard to play against Buriram.
Definitely agree. I mean, when it comes to Buriram United, there's a huge chance really that they can grab a lot of elimination, if not the Booyah. As mentioned by Yunsul earlier, they're the kings of Booyah, but WAG. They did pass by Y Sports, or the players of Y Sports earlier, and then they double back and see a few of those players, but they try to take advantage, but Poppy managed to get away. Same goes with Yan Bin. So this is a battle out of the blue. Only one from WAG has entered the next phase of circle, and let's see on how the rotation will be. 2 Vietnamese team going in for a fight in Kalahari on the ridges of this mountain, and Cyrus goes down.
Cyrus, he got the couple chips in, but Death got the money shot. Dang, that's going to be so painful. Death is super low, and these guys are also out in the blue zone, so they are taking a considerable amount of damage, but Death does manage to get the health kit off, so he is going to be healing back. X4 though, 1v1 up against Shin, who's actually playing up on the bones, does manage to get the crouch off, so no critical headshots there as of yet, but really weird fight happening so far between WAG and Hua Esports. Halfbit's on a clip. Oh, the back headshot by Krillin!
I mean,
beautiful.
Look at Yan Bin has his back turn, probably not expecting, because Death has been knocked out by the blue before WAG showed up. So only one remaining, if I'm mistaken, make that 2 for side of Hua Esports, but this is risky playing outside of the blue. The same goes for Buriram United as well as Pain Gaming, but Pain Gaming made their way onto the sub, and I guess they converge with Buriram United. But as we look into Wasana, goes in for the chase and the backstab, and still unable to go in for the takedown.
They do manage to catch out Noda's ankles there, so critical damage done by Buriram. Up to 7 eliminations for this round, playing on the sub as well, so they do have a safer way of sort of moving forward. They do get the buyback there onto Get High, so back to 4 players. Unfortunately for Pain, I think valiant effort for this team. They got really close to doing some critical damage to Buriram. It's just, we've seen this time and time again before, where teams, they fight into Buriram. If you don't get those kill shots within the initial couple of pot shots, then generally speaking, that's when the team is going to overrun you. Now, Retta's going to be their next opponent, and WAG even flying into this as well. This could get quite hairy here, as they are on the ground with their vehicles. Buriram going to launch themselves over to the right-hand side of the map into the circle, and they're going to probably have to play gatekeeping here, which, I mean, for Buriram, this is what they want to do. They love playing gatekeeping.
Now you can see the difference between WAG and Burim United. WAG earlier chose to fight outside of blue against YA Sports. Regardless of how long it took, they stayed in there until most of the players has been taken down. But for Burim United though, they spotted Pain, they spotted WAG, but they chose to get into a better position before they tried to gun them down. So let's see if that would be more fruitful compared to what we've seen WAG does. But for RRQ, they managed to get away from Refinery, recovered after all those engagement, and now back in play with 4 elimination. For WAG though, they're still trying to make their way, but Burim already beat them into the punch of getting into the next phase of the circle.
Use a portal go as well to close the gap. Alan, though, has been caught out, unfortunately, by Moshi of all people. So Burim, they do have their eyes set there on WAG. Thankfully, they do find some cover, but Alan, he's kind of out in the open. He's going to have to try and get out of there as Burim are storming that crate. Alan, though, thankfully, with the grappling hook, able to get on out of there, catches up with his team, and Burim, they're going to leave them for now, but we all know for a fact that Burim, the moment they find that opportunity, they will jump on WAG again. Now, looking at the status of our teams in the circle, we have E1, another neighboring team here to Burim United. Twisted Minds in the circle, RRQ occupying the west, and up top we have a battle between Falcons and 6K, and 6K getting demolished by Falcons.
Yeah, the moment we mentioned 6K, they are eliminated.
6K is 6 kills.
6 kills, I would say, for the Team Falcon. But they are now going against, once again, Attack All Around. So back then, it was Bigatron Delta always chasing down Team Falcons. This time, there's several instances already that we've seen Team Falcons go and fight against Attack All Around, and it's just Attack All Around being at a loss in those gunfights. So let's see if they can get away from those engagement. But Burim United has done chasing against WAG. They try their focus or turn their focus onto E1, but they are now moving in towards Twisted Mind, and Twisted Mind is now heading into the compound, making it the 10th of WAG, but that will be on the other side. But Moshi takes down Exposing.
Oh, I think it was a little bit of a misplay there by Exposing. I mean, he got clipped on the edge, was running into the wall. It happens sometimes, okay? We don't judge the players here. These guys are top level players, but yes, definitely a scary moment there for the team. But we can already see the situation here is very tense. WAG and Twisted Minds, they are piggies in the middle here. They have to be the ones to push everyone out because they are occupying the 2 main compounds. Everyone else is left out in the open, where they're basically free pickings. Blue wall is going to be major things. Glue wall melter is going to be huge, as well as Burim are actually looking to steal away the compound from WAG.
Yeah, not only that, they are taking down Team Falcons from afar. So Burim United taking or distracting WAG onto that 10 and just using that as a cover to be able to peek in onto the other team. Now they use the monster truck right now as their own cover as the battle on the other side is happening. It's E1 trying to gun down a few players from Team Falcons as well as RRQ, but here comes Burim United, who wants to dip their guns into this fight.
Gets sniped down by Jonah, and look at these teams are out in the open. It's really up to trying to steal away this compound from Twisted Minds or WAG, or using your glue walls. But look at this, though, we're seeing RRQ sending in a monster truck, hoping to try and break through some of these glue walls, and just chucks it right in the middle. But RB, he got shot down. So RRQ out of the game. It's E1, WAG, Twisted Minds, and Burim as our final 4 teams. Now, everyone aside Burim, they're fighting for the compound. And this could get very, very tricky, especially with the fact that glue wall melters are flying in from Burim, melting the cover from E1, making things really awkward now for these teams that are so desperately trying to use those glue walls to buy them time.
And Buriram United has a broken up blue wall that's blocking the door onto WAG, and Moshi is just making way and dropping them one at a time. And AWM is not working. If it's AC80, it could have taken them already. On the other side, it is Jonah who's taking advantage of the position of Twisted Mind, and Diamond has no way to be revived. Saming is the only one remaining. WAG again. It's WAG and BRU, and this is what we were talking about and asking earlier. If it's a 4v4, how would it work against WAG? I guess we will see in a bit.
Boy.
But Saming is just giving them
This will get really awkward.
that distraction. Here we go.
Look at what they're doing. They're actually trying to use the blue wall. Keep WAG in the compound so that they take damage from that blue zone. But now it's a full-on battle between Buriram and WAG. Saming, though, last player for Twisted Minds, they still have somebody in the running trying to play the long game. Hiding, hoping that they can get his placement points in. Losing Krillin there. WAG down to 3 players. Buriram still looking very strong as a full-man roster. Saming still hiding within that compound. Get high, they're getting caught. Jonah going down as well. Cyrus, though, gets caught. WAG, can they maybe break it through? Saming, though, will be caught. Now we're down to our final 2 players here. It's Export versus Wasana and Moshi. Export, he has 1 drop, but he can't do it. Buriram getting our next trigger of the day.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if in case that Alpine mob has been grabbed by Buriram United, that could have been a 4 booyahs all throughout. But again, you cannot have it all. But that could have been a good chance for them to show up with 4 booyahs, make that 5, because they did that on a regional FFWS, and probably 6 if in case they are given that chance on that Alpine. But let's not take it away from Buriram United. The kings of booyah are back, especially with Moshi back in play.
They owned it. They owned it. Like, this is incredible game. Like, their decision making to be the ones to not fight around the compound. They waited, they bided their time, they're waiting for everyone to fight up against each other and using the glue wall melters to take away a lot of that protection. I gotta hear what Buriram has to say, you know. They're so used to winning, but they always have something in the interview. Bring it over to our host right now. Let's see what Buriram have to say.
É da Buriram, mais uma vez o estúdio todo azul e os meninos aqui nem comemoram mais, né? Como aí o Sul trouxe a informação pra gente, lá na Ásia eles são conhecidos como os reis do Buia. E aqui não tá sendo diferente, mas a gente, algum momento, vamos mudar esse jogo. Please, Yusuf.
Yeah, very impressive, right? This is the 3rd booyah of them already. So, Jonah, since you're leading the team, do you feel heavy on your shoulder when competitive is everywhere in this situation?
เนื่องจากว่าเหมือนโจเป็นคนเหมือนสั่งเกมอะรู้สึกแบบหนักไหมแบบเหมือนแบกทีมเอาไว้แบบ
ก็ไม่หนักครับก็เล่นตามที่โค้ชบีฟด้วยแล้วก็แก้หน้างานอีกทีหนึ่ง
It's not that heavy because we just follow what the coach told us to do and we just try to fix the situation when it happened.
Perfeito. Ela tá falando que eles já conseguiram o 3º buia deles, então... e o Joena perguntou se o Joena sente uma certa pressão, porque ele é o capitão do time, né? E ele tá liderando ali os jogadores. E ele falou assim que não se sente pressionado, porque na verdade eles seguem tudo o que o coach pede para que eles façam, né? O que o Namo pede para que eles façam. Okay, seems like the game is way too easy for Buriram right now, so I would like to know if he thinks like this is the way for them to get to be world champions again.
บอกว่ารู้สึกว่าเหมือนวันนี้แบบอะไรมันก็ง่ายสำหรับบุรีรัมย์เลยแล้วอันนี้มันทำให้เรารู้สึกแบบว่าเราจะได้แชมป์มาแบบง่ายๆเหมือนกัน
ผมไม่ได้มองถึงแชมป์ครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้มันรอบน็อกเอาท์อยู่
มีอะไรเพิ่มอีกไหม
ก็รอบชิงค่อยว่ากันครับ
Like for him, for Jonah, like he didn't aim to like for the champion. Now he just like focus to collect as much point as possible because it's knockout stage.
But not focus on to be.
Yeah, like he focused on like make today the best first. Wow.
Okay, one day by day. Ok. Eu falei pra ele, parece que o jogo tá muito fácil pra vocês, então quer dizer que vocês já podem se considerar campeões, ou esse é o caminho pra vocês já serem campeões. Ele falou assim que ainda não tá pensando, né, no dia 24, então pra ele é um dia após o outro, ele tá focando aqui em conseguir mais pontos possíveis para conseguir finalizar essa primeira etapa, pelo menos da fase classificatória. Por enquanto aqui, o dia tá sendo dominado pela Buriram, sem muita coisa pra falar, porque os caras estão dando aulas de Free Fire. Vamos pros nossos melhores momentos.
Yes, our King of Booyah today is very crazy. They're getting higher and higher. So, thank you so much for watching our interview and congratulations again, Buriram. Let's head back to our caster and see our analyze.
There you have it. Wise words coming from Jonah. Take the game day after day and not really thinking of how it would be in the future, which is really smart. They focus on what's happening, no anxiety, no pressure if they are on top or probably just part of the top 12 by the end of this knockout stage. But I would say after Kalahari, I think they have grabbed that double century mark of the first 200 points that they have in this knockout stage.
Yeah, they really don't need any more points. Anything on top of this is like a cherry on top. But I love during the interview just like hearing the mindset for this team, right? Like making sure that this is like their best play day. Like I think that's a really good goal to have because you know that if you have a good play day, you're getting points. You're getting whether it be elimination or placement points, but they are basically guaranteeing that not only are they going to make it to top 12, because that's a guarantee at this point, but I also think sometimes it's for them to sort of get some verification that they are also on form. Because we've seen some cases, teams coming into competitions looking terrifying. And when I say terrifying, I mean out of form, out of sync, something's wrong during the group stage. Like, it's hard to look at a team like that and say like, okay, I think these guys are going to win in the finals. Because if you look that disconjoined before the finals even begin, how do you expect to take the title if you can't play as a cohesive team?
Right. I mean, and definitely that's something that you can see the energy as well. I mean, if they don't have that much in terms of energy when we look at them, especially in player cam, then there's a huge potential that they are not at par to play a battle. So we'll have to see if this is something that can be broken. The trail that Boreo United has left behind in terms of Booyah, would this be something that can be broken by WAG once again? Because second time around, they are on that final circle, and this time we were given that chance to see on how they are going to fight against Boreo United on a 4v4, but it's not what we expected. Really, we were expected that it would finish that quickly, but WAG did put up a fight and went down quite slowly in a 1v2.
They dragged it. And that's a good sign, especially if you're able to drag those fights against Buriram. I guess also a bit of a shout out to Twisted Minds, because they were also a team that we thought would pop off today, right? Because they popped off on day number 1. I think there were some expectations, not just us, but maybe some viewers as well, maybe some teams thinking Twisted Minds would be the team to beat. They are showing signs of life. They're not out of it yet. They are, I mean, I think at this point, like, it's almost guaranteed that this team will make it to playoffs. It is just, I want to see a little bit more from this team to feel reassured that they're still in the running, that they're still in the game. I think the same could be said here with Falcons too. Like, both of these teams, we know that they can beat Buriram. 100%. Falcons and Twisted, they can beat Buriram. WAG, this is still an up-and-coming team that I think everyone is questioning. I think with what they've shown today, probably another team that can also beat Buriram. But at the moment, Buriram is looking better. So it's hard to put money on a horse that you can't be 100% confident in, I think.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially in this level of the competition, the knockout stage, Boreo United always, if not most of the time, just put in so much effort in being that number 1, grabbing all that booyah. And it's not just the it's not just the placement that they are getting, it's also the elimination that they are grabbing. But compared to Twisted Mind and WAG, look at the numbers. I mean, 94 on the overall standing in eliminations, and that is most of it coming from yesterday. And WAG was a team of the day from yesterday, and they are showing that they can chase after that title once again. But with the booyahs that Boreo United has grabbed, I don't think it would be easy for them to do that.
Yeah. And I think we also kind of need to shift the focus of the conversation to the teams that are hovering at that 12th place mark, right? Because the goal ultimately is to be top 12. If you're not top 12, you know, that's kind of how competition goes. Somebody has to get gutted, and that's bottom 6. The race down there, it is very much reachable for everyone competing. If anything, there's a couple teams that are kind of worried about falling out of top 12, which I think one of them was like CLG. They are like 4 or 5 points away from being shoved out of top 12. So they're on the edge of their seats thinking, okay, next week we got to play better. But some of the other teams, I kind of forgot who are like the next 2 teams. I almost feel like they almost might be safe in top 12, just because the points for the teams that are around that like 12 area, like it's even RRQ is down there, which is quite surprising. But the point gaps are small, but these teams are also not really accruing a lot of these points in their matches, unfortunately, because of just that level of inconsistency. Like some of these teams are getting 0, some of them are getting 1, 2, 5, 6. I think at most, maybe someone's getting 10. But even then, like none of the bottom teams are getting points because guess who's getting all the points? Sorry, Ram United. So someone's gonna pick it up. Somebody.
Somebody not dropping the bodies though, but we're going to go in for our 5th map. We are ready to fly in, so let's bring it over from some ads from our sponsors, and as well as we head over to our next map, which is Nextera.
Any moment now.
In a bit.
As soon as it's ready, you'll drop in. And now. All right, never mind. It's not coming in.
All right.
We have false alarm, folks. Oh my gosh. Well, at least we get to talk about the next matchup, I suppose, right? Nextera, Neptune. Nextera. Or actually, we'll talk about
there's no time to talk though.
No,
Let's
apparently
bring it
not.
over to next.
We'll go to Nextera next after this.
¿De qué parte son? No, no está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí de la ciudad.
Mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
No, es una zona cerca de un día, pero... We have just seen some words from our sponsors, but again, we were talking about how it is at the bottom of the top 12, or those teams who are trying to climb in from the top 12. So let's see if RRQ will be pushed down and Pain and Reda will be able to climb up. But we are prepared to go in for a fight in this next map, which is
Peusado, não me pergunte
Nextera.
isso não. Eu quero que seja buia brasileiro, mas eu sei que tá sendo um dia difícil. Se os meninos pontuarem bem, já tá valendo. Bora decolar, vamos pra nova terra.
Yes, what a crazy match for Buduram and a good signal for the Sea Pacific. And then let's moving on to our next map, Nextera, and let's go!
Pra decolar, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
here, folks, for game number 5 here for teams in Group A versus D, and it's Terra. So our 5th game of the day, second last match of the day as well, before we head on over to our random map. And for some of our teams, they are running out of time to get their points because you've only got 2 more matches to go. This is basically going to be it for week 1. You've only got 1 more week after this to accrue those points. Now, having a look at where some of these teams have dropped, we do seem to have a hot drop situation here at Rusttown. We're going to be looking over at this 1v1 here between Poongod and Dutz. At the moment, Dutz is the one that's losing a lot more health than Poongod, who's going to be committing the Tatsuya dash as well, but he's jumped onto the low ground. He's going to recoup with the team, so no lives lost as of yet, although I think we may have seen actually no, I think we are still no first blood yet, so
None yet.
it's quiet.
None yet.
But I'm surprised that the Falcon E1 situation, I think it was Falcon E1. Nope, never mind, we have a first blood. Export, first one to go down to Diamond or Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Mind right now being aggressive, but again, I'm seeing RRQ running out of luck in terms of their drop spot. I mean, they are not making headway in terms of points. They're only 2 points ahead of Pain, and now they're going against Attack All Around. One thing that they need to be cautious though is Attack All Around has grabbed a booyah from yesterday out of this specific map, so there's little chance really they can go in for the fight. But speaking of fight, we have Team Falcons continuing to fight against E1 Sports. Hiroro rushes in solo, but bad move for him. Good thing that Peter will be right next on that.
First elimination as well, so E1 taken out of the picture, and Falcons starting off strong with 4 eliminations after that as well. So, I mean, pretty dang good start. I think that's as good as it really gets for this team. And they're probably going to be hunting for more as well because they got quite a few resources out of that. Speaking of resources, RRQ, kind of low on resources, looking to get some eliminations themselves, especially with how slow of a day it has been for this team. Ma'al spotting at Limit on the side of Attack All Round. Hard to say if Limit's seen him. It seems like just by the way that he's moving, I don't believe he knows that Ma'al is there. Abe is here to support him as well. But remember, it's Limit and Cougar. So if Ma'al steps out in the wrong way, he could be the next one to go down. But they pick off Cougar instead. So big kill already. Looking to grab one more here. And unfortunately for Limit, he's all alone.
Yeah, I mean, Limit is all alone, is up to his limit and unable to fire back on that Bison. But RQ, smart move for them to back away, stay silent, and then just pull in Attack All Around. Because earlier on that drop, I mean, they have been spotted, slowly being chased, and RQ doesn't want to go down easily once again. They want to catch up in terms of points, because I did mention they are just hanging there on top 12, but we are talking about Attack All Around. Yes, two of the players might have been taken down this early. They will be able to fight back if in case they survive this carnage. Poongod right now being chased by Pain Gaming. Now this is surprising. If Pain rushes in towards RRQ, that might conclude who will be top 12 by the end of this game.
Unfortunately, that does not look like surviving on the side of Attack All Round, but thankfully Cougar is around bringing back Poongod into the game, so they're not out of it as of yet. Limit, though, has been caught out by Pain, who has come in to steal away this section of the map, and Gus gonna try and go for the elimination here, as on the other side of the map we do see 6K running into Twisted Minds as well as another team, and Limit will be taken out by Gus. We do see a buyback there on the side of Attack All Round, so again playing some more recovery, but we are seeing a pretty heated early game here in Neptune. A number of teams and players starting to dish out quite a bit of damage, and the game has just started.
I mean, I think they want to end this. We've already done 4, and they might be getting tired or hungry, or I don't know. But it's a good thing as well. Hopefully, they're hungry for points, because there's a lot of teams that really needs a point. Falcon is not one of those, because they've already showed up in most cases in here. But if they want to be number 1 by the end of the day, they can do so. They managed to take down Pocho, the captain of 6 Karma, and goes in for a chase for another one. Peter might have his eyes on a different set of players as they traverse the edge of the circle. But back to Twisted Mind and WAG, Alan, might be caught off guard right here. A little bit too close against
Ooh,
two players. And
one
there
shot.
goes Diane, man. One shot AC80, but Xboard will try to fire back from behind and unable to do so. Recovery is just so prime for Twisted Mind.
Oh, WAG, I think they fumbled that engagement all around. They've lost Cyrus and Alan. And so now down to Export and Krillin. These guys are going to have to try and figure out what their next plan is going to be. They bring back Alan, but Krillin and Export, they've got to make a decision. Can maybe one of them escape? Do they have some way of sneaking away? Can they maybe try and draw the attention of another team? Otherwise, it's going to be all on the back of Alan to bring back the rest of the team. And it looks like on the side of Twisted Mind, they managed to get a couple of pot shots there onto Krillin. Not enough to finish him off though. So Krillin does create a little bit of distance between him as well as Twisted Minds. And Alan finally hits the ground running. WAG, oh man, I think they're kicking themselves after what has happened. And actually Nameless being caught out by Krillin. Oh boy. Buying some time.
From yesterday, Krillin managed to grab a lot of elimination, especially with that grenade launcher. But this time, Krillin, no chance to run away, and that will be given to another player from WAG. So they have to buy time, find a good rotation to push in to the next phase of circle, because Twisted Mind is not letting it go. They have been, I would say, denied of a lot of elimination for the early parts, and Intellect Center. This is the first time that they missed out on dropping Intellect Center, and I think they have a better chance once they step in against Retta later. But Purim United right now from the outside might be spotting Alan. Who is rushing into Museum, and there we have it. WAG eliminated.
So unfortunate. Alan is just trying to find anything to bring his teammates back, but just runs into the wrong team at the wrong time. And this is, again, another incredibly scary circle, because Buriram, they're coming in from the western side. It's clear. There's no one there. Now, speaking of no one there, we're seeing a lot of people here. Falcons going up against the remaining players on attack all round. And it looks like Kororo not looking too happy where he currently is. He does see Poon God running through, uses some blue balls to create a little bit of distance between him and some of the players. They're still trying to run and gun him, but Kororo wasting so much time here for the attack all round players, but Limit finishes him off, gets the elimination as well, and Falcons down to 2 players, although one more has been caught there by Jump God, so now it's just Peter.
Yeah, Saint Peter just hoping to save the day, save the team, and revive them. But RQ right now going against Hawaii Sports Ma'al from afar. Goes in for a shot against Yanbin, but unable to go for the takedown. 3 players from RRQ goes in for rush. Poppy will be taken down, and Shin will be knocked down as well. Dutz will be dropped, but a good chance that he can be picked up. 7 elimination for RRQ, which is looking good compared to what they had earlier. And this is where we can see how hungry RRQ is to grab, to get away from that 12 spot that they're in.
They're showing signs of life. I think that's the most important thing. Maybe feeling the heat, realizing that they're just falling down further and further on that leaderboard. So, gotta have the good round. And if it's gonna have to be this one, so be it. You want to guarantee your spot in top 12 at least. Or at least, like, I think for week 1, if you're in top 12, that's already a good sign before you go into week number 2. So, RRQ, 8 eliminations. We'll have to see if they can survive further, because their issue so far has just been surviving to that late game. They've constantly been picked out in like that 5th, 6th place.
Yeah, well, with that elimination alone, they've gone past CLG already in terms of numbers. So CLG is not playing, and yeah, they will be getting away from 12th spot unless someone from Pain or Retta manage to get more points than them, so they will be sticking to that spot or to that place in the leaderboard. Twisted Mind though, 6th elimination, now targeting Retta, who's in the tower. Not quite sure what would be the solution to this problem of Retta. On the other side, we have Poppy alone, scared and nowhere to go. Hopefully he does survive, or probably cross over to that vending machine and bring back his teammates. But is there enough time? Does he have the points to do so? I don't think so. He's not moving an inch.
We're seeing a number of players from Attack All Round being shot down by the Retta players sitting on that high tower because they have so much high ground vision. They can sort of do whatever they want. So Attack All Round struggling to come on in. Twisted Minds though and Hua already comfortably within that circle. RRQ finally slipping their way through as well. Pain though, they have to cross the river and then have to deal with Falcons, which are not looking too good for them here. Although we do have Buriram just on the low ground here, right next to RRQ. Now, again, I said this before, you know, this is supposed to be a great round for RRQ, but they're probably going to have to wrestle through Buriram to at least be able to get the points that they want for this particular round. Or, it's Buriram to be the one to go to the other side. Now, they're going to try and shoot down RRQ in the sights of Jonah, and they do manage to catch out a couple. Abe, Ma'al, Dutz, the entire team is getting shot down. RRQ thought they were safe.
Yeah, I mean, if they have not moved and probably like not even fired against anyone, then like Buriram United could have taken down Pain Gaming and they will be safe. But no, that is not the case. Even Team Falcons, the final player will be taken down. We're down to 6 teams. Twisted Mind though also took advantage of that RRQ flight that we've seen earlier, but for Buriram United, there's no real stake that they can take right now, only the bridge as well as this ridge. So let's see in which way they will push. Probably they will flank towards the north, but Attack Around is also waiting for an opportunity coming from Intellect Center.
Oh man, Retta is in such a good spot to just shoot people for free when they try and bounce between all of these compounds. This was such a good decision for them. And we do see Buriram making their way in. So Buriram, they're in. They're not fully in. They're at least finding a way in. Attack All Round though, not looking as good. Thankfully, they do finally hit a wall. Jump Club does get finally dropped though, but his team is going to be there to be able to potentially go for... Actually, they don't even go for the pickup. Instead, Shin, who was brought back into the game, but Carlos picks him up for free. Gonna land right next to Attack All Round, and Carlos secures that kill.
He secures the kill, and Retta, I mean, if in case RRQ didn't get so much of a point and Retta grabs this booyah, they might be able to step in to that 12 spot. So on how they're going to end this, and it's a good thing that no one's challenging them or probably not throwing anything to take them down from that tower, because they're still in the next phase or inside the next phase circle, and even their teammates will be going back. Carlos will be coming back into that tower as well, so they have a good view of everyone surrounding them, a good chance to go in for the takedown, and also a portal go for them to get away just in case. But I don't think they will be taking that quickly, but Carlos will or might be going in for a scout later on, but they haven't spotted the teams surrounding them like Attack All Around, or they did spot them earlier, but after they hid out on that wall, there's no chance that they can shoot them that directly.
Oh no, looks like Poppy's been caught. Hua is out. Pain with a simple rotation, eliminating a team and grabbing a free elimination of their own. And because they have this bridge to work with, it does put them out of the sight of Retta, right? The fact that Retta is on that high ground, if you stand right under the tower, they can't shoot you. So I love the game plan being executed by Pain. They're playing with that low ground, saying, okay, we're going to borrow Pain as our cover, and we're going to basically just shoot whatever we see here. So big contention here for the Intellect Tower so far. I'm keen to see how the rest of the teams are going to approach this. Does anyone have the cojones to actually maybe try to go on top of the Intellect Tower? Probably not, but if someone does make that play, I think that might be the play of the century if they can bully Retta off that tower.
But there's a little bit of delay, even if they use a portal go, there's a delay once they show up. And it will also be like there's not so much of space for them to move around. So I think what the other teams, especially Buriram United and Twisted Mind, is trying to do is to find an opening for the snipe. Unfortunately for Attack Around, they don't have Limit X as well. But as we look into Buriram United, they are now gunning in against Twisted Mind. One has been taken down though, but instantaneously been picked up. Now let's see, Twisted Mind backs away as Buriram United tries to go in, but they couldn't move so much because of Retta guarding them.
Yeah, Bretta's actually being such a pain in the side, but actually Carlos gets caught by Nameless, so he's going to be caught on the ground. Chris as well, but this time it was by the assistance of Pain, so multiple teams shooting down that tower, and now Bretta in a really interesting spot here as we now start to see our teams looking to advance here. Broram still playing around the edge, same thing with Attack All Round. Pain looking for their opening as Retta, they had to eventually go down, and Twisted Minds get rid of them. We're still sitting on our top 5 teams, so last player for Retta outside of the blue zone, knowing that there's no way they can get their way in. And now look at the utilities being thrown. Twisted Minds and Broram, lots of glue wall melters, making sure these teams can't hide behind their glue walls.
And Broram United being distracted by Twisted Mind, unable to see attack rounds going into the left, as well as Pain Gaming. But Pain is now going in and slowly and taking down attack all around. But Peter has been gunned down, Gus as well, and Pain is out. And it is now a 3v4 situation, 4v4 situation. Broram United goes in for the flank on one side and might be getting into the middle with Get High, but Diamond will try to stop them, and only 2 remains. Twisted Mind will be grabbing this Booyah. Once Get High will be taken out, and there we have it. Finally, they woke up once again.
Twisted Minds are back, baby. Yes, it might be game number 5, but I think they're just happy to feel back. They weren't bullied, they weren't crippled, they didn't have a terrible start to the game. This was a classic game, and I think for Twisted Minds, they're just glad to know that they're still in the running to be a top contender for the competition, because we questioned them, right? We knew they had the potential to be a great team. They secured like over 100 points in their previous play day, and then today they came in extremely cold. And I guess another thing to point out as well, they reverted to their old play style that originally did not work, which was the passive playstyle, and they were focused on placement points rather than eliminations. So things are kind of changing, but I think we're all keen to hear what Twisted Minds have to say, because they had a really rough day today, but to steal this thing out away from Booyah and from Broram, that's a pretty big feat. Let's turn over to the host, what they have to say.
Mais um buia tailandês por aqui, né, meus amigos? No sábado a gente viu, né, o primeiro dia aqui da nossa fase classificatória sendo dominado pela Tailândia, e mais uma vez aqui a gente tá assistindo, parece que o mesmo jogo. Dessa vez, Twisted Minds. Please, Yosu.
Yes, and congratulations, Exposy, for having this booyah for Twisted Mind in the previous game. So, Exposy, we can see that currently 2 Thailand teams were fighting each other. I think it's Broram and Twisted Mind, right? So do you have any thoughts about your opponents right now?
เนื่องจากว่าเราไฟกับทีมบุรีรัมย์ค่อนข้างบ่อยตอนนี้เรามีความคิดเห็นยังไงกับคู่ต่อสู้ของเราบ้าง
ก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับรอบนี้ก็เล่นชิวๆไปก่อนครับรอบชิงเจอกันนะครับ
We didn't focus anybody as our rivalry right now. We try to like play chill and like try to collect point, and let's see in the finals.
Perfeito. Ela falou assim que tem 2 times grandes da Tailândia que estão sempre se enfrentando, no caso Buriram e Twisted Minds, e ela perguntou se ele tem algum pensamento em relação a Buriram. Ele falou assim que não tá tentando focar em nenhum time específico, nem tailandês, nem brasileiro, nem ninguém. Ele só tá tentando conseguir mais pontos que eles precisam, que é o que essa fase classificatória realmente decide. Okay, so let's move on to our next question. I would like to ask, they won here the ESL Mobile Masters, right? So winning a global championship in Brazil gives them more confidence for this world champions. Like maybe they can win again here in Brazil.
เขาถามว่าเราได้แชมป์ที่เซาเปาโลมาของ Mobile Master มันทำให้เรารู้สึกแบบมีความมั่นใจขึ้นไหมว่าเราจะได้แชมป์อีกรอบที่นี่ที่บราซิล
ก็ 50-50 ครับเพราะว่าต้องดูทีมบราซิลว่าเขาเล่นกันแบบไหนครับมันอาจจะไม่เหมือนที่เซาเปาโลครับ
It's like 50-50 because they still have to keep an eye on Brazilian team because maybe they don't play the same as when they play in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
Great. That's a good answer. Perguntei pra ele se ter vencido a ESL aqui no Brasil não sobre a vitória deles, mas sobre eles terem conseguido vencer um campeonato em território brasileiro, se dá mais confiança para eles garantirem também essa vitória aqui no Mundial de Free Fire. E ele falou assim que é 50-50, porque muita coisa pode ter mudado de lá até aqui, então ele tá estudando também o estilo de jogo brasileiro. E agora vamos para os melhores momentos, meus amigos, porque até então a gente só viu melhores momentos dos times tailandeses, mas bora de melhores momentos.
Yes, thank you, Bun, so much. We have met so many times right now. And congratulations again. We hope to see more booyahs from everyone again. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now let's head back to the caster and watch our analyze.
And there we have it. We just heard from Exposé, who was also a previous member of Boream United and also a teammate of Get High from King of Gamers Club. So there's a lot of history between them. But it's a good thing that Exposé did mention that there's no rivalry, actual rivalry between the teams. They just focus on what they have to do. And what they have to do is get as much elimination as possible or grab the booyah, which one has been taken by Twisted Mind, but compared to how they've done it in the past, not so much of elimination has been put out.
I mean, they've got one more game to go if they want to finish with a bang. Unfortunately, it's a random map, so they won't know what that map is going to be anytime soon. But this is already a great sign for people that have been really rooting for Twisted Minds, because I think we all sort of question, I said this at the beginning, you know, like, is this a team that's just going to be that day one wonder, where they have a great day one and then they just sort of disappear with the rest of the competition? They're back. They're definitely there. They just needed... I'm kind of wondering, like, what was the issue actually? Was it a case of them just not feeling acclimated to the group? Was it because Moshi is back? I don't think Moshi himself is like the reason Twisted Minds has kind of lost it today, because I feel like this team did peter out and lose to a significant number of teams, but they really fell off after their first play day.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they really need to go back to that mindset, whether it's changing it over to passiveness or aggressiveness, or probably other factors. We don't know. Probably it's something that is not related to the game itself. It's something internal, but they have to fix it. Otherwise, they might be lost from here and on. Up until the finals, or point rush and grand finals. But as we look at the stats for the team, and the casting really helps, especially with Diamond and Nameless combination, that always brings up so much support that will give Diamond a chance to grab so much elimination, similar to what we are looking at right now. 8 elimination out of the 13 that they grabbed. Just unfortunate that Exposé didn't have any elimination, but in terms of assists and damage being dealt, he did put up so much.
He could make that comeback happen in this final game. We still have one more game to go, so if Twisted Minds, they want to make that comeback happen, or at least, you know, secure as many points as you can, go all out in this last round. Grab all those points. I think at this point you're also kind of praying, like, you know, hoping somebody slays Boyram early on so that you kind of give everyone else a chance, because, look, Boyram didn't win the last round, but they still made it so far, which means they cut the hopes and dreams of other teams. We haven't seen a round where Boyram has been knocked down in, like, bottom 3 yet. So, yeah, I mean, is this team just going to continue on their rampage? Very likely. I think a big scenario is that it will depend on this upcoming map. Like, what map is it going to be? And Neptune, I'm going to poke your brain here. What would be the best map to gut Boyram on?
I would say the best map against Boyram, probably Bermuda. That's something that might happen, because despite of them grabbing the booyah on the first map of the day, a lot of teams have been so proficient in Bermuda. But it's difficult to say though, because as we look into the performance of Boream United, yes, they grabbed 129 points today, but in terms of their top 3 percentage, just for the day, it's above 80%. For the entire knockout stage, from day number 1 up until today, it's still 80%. So it's very, very tough to put them down easily and like earlier in a game.
Well, We're looking for the Bro-Ram Slayers here, folks, and unfortunately we haven't been quite lucky as of yet, but a couple of teams have, I guess, like, unintentionally tag-teamed Bro-Ram, because we did see that a couple times, actually. A couple teams are sort of fighting and third-partying Bro-Ram whilst they're fighting somebody else, so maybe that's going to be the same case here. I just want to see somebody hot drop Bro-Ram and just see what happens. I think that would be the best case scenario. But as we prepare for our final round, I'm going to go for a very teeny break. So if you need to do anything, do it now. But make sure you're back with me next minute because we're getting ready for game 6.
And,
That was 60 seconds. I swear, it was 60 seconds. But I hope you guys are back. Well, in my brain, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Oh my gosh, Neptune. Yeah. Anyways, I mean, game number 6, Neptune. What do you think's gonna happen? What map are we gonna get? It's random.
Well, it's random so far in terms of how it has been in the past. Nextera was yesterday. The first day it was Purgatory, so it might be just a wild guess whether it's Kalahari or Bermuda. I just want to bring it to Bermuda because I did mention that there's a huge chance, or a better chance, not huge, but a better chance that Buriram might be taken out a little bit early into the game, and a different team might grab a Booyah. But that's still left to be seen.
I mean, we could get a repeat, right? We could get another Purgatory, could get another Nextera. So it doesn't necessarily mean that these maps, because they've been picked before, it doesn't mean they can't be picked again. It's just totally random scenario here for both of these teams, both of these groups. But it looks like we're ready for the map selection here, folks. So let's see what this map is going to be for game number 6. Is it going to be the dream map for all of our competitors? Get High's ready. He's just like, come on guys. Ready for game number 6? Look at that cheeky smile.
All right, so yeah, we still don't have any idea yet on which map it will be, but later on, bullets of maps will be shown later.
Último mapa do dia de hoje, Yansu.
Yes, and let's see our next match, but this will be the random map. So let's get ahead, go to the screen and see the final map, everyone.
Neptune, we need to have a talk. What are you not telling me? Oh my gosh. This is a dream map. This is the dream.
That's some sort of magic.
Magic! I thought it was like some supernatural powers, like someone might be a psychic and did not address the psychic powers to anybody, just like kind of kept it to himself. So you know, at this point, who's gonna win the entire thing? I have to ask you outright. Psychic powers. Who's gonna win the entire FFWS this year?
Oh, I mean, that's tough. But we're still looking into Buriram United as a greater chance. But we're going to jump into the game. Again, back to Bermuda. Let's see where it goes.
Bora decolar, gente! Vamos para nossa última queda do dia de hoje. Bora, Yansu!
Yes, and the final map is Bermuda. Let's final this end, and I think, come on, I just want to see the Brazil team get the Booyah this time because I'm really looking forward to Pain Gaming. They are a really good team, actually. Now, let's go, everybody.
Bora decolar, vamos para a Bermuda, nosso último mapa, porém não menos importante, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então aguenta coração, pega sua Pringles, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
We are now in Bermuda. I mean, that was a wild guess, but
A wild guess. Okay, hold on. I'm chasing you for this answer. Using your psychic powers, because you clearly show that you have psychic powers. Who's winning FFWS outright? Just give me a team name.
looking like Buram United has good a chance of winning this.
Okay. The entire
Good
thing or
chance.
just this map?
In the entire thing.
Okay. Buriram. Understandable, fair selection. Okay. So game 6 Neptune. It looks like no hard hot drops. We do have a couple of pot shots here and there. We do have a couple of close neighbors with Retta and WAG, but no hard drops. So it could go either way. It would be quite shocking though if we have this like 2-man infiltration mission with Alan and Krillin. They come in and dismantle Retta. Because we remember, I think it was game number 1, right? Retta had a terrible start. They got picked off, had to recoup multiple times, and then they got, I think they got placements, right? They got like second or third. Oh, 7, sorry, excuse me. I think of a different team.
The fourth, sorry.
They got 4th by surviving.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Not
So
only that, they
hopefully
have
it's
5
better.
elimination as well. So it's just that a lot of teams, especially from Southeast Asia, apologies guys if we're talking about Southeast Asia because we've seen so much of Southeast Asia matches for the Free Fire World Series. If you're left with only a few players, make that one. Most of the time, like they just go like aggressive, try to pick off one before going down. But compared to what we've seen happen for the side of Retta, they just know how to place themselves to find that final circle and get a lot of placement point compared to the elimination that the Southeast Asian team usually grabs.
Yeah. E1 going to be taking over Factory. Here is WAG. They will be leaving with their final player, even going in for a bit of a scan to see nobody there with the Dinoculars. So E1 just going to go for a bit of a loot as we have Export in a vehicle, actually. Look how far apart WAG is as a team. Like, this is such an interesting style and very risky style coming out from WAG. Like, yeah, they're scouting, they're looting, but it comes at such a dangerous cost of your teammate potentially being a very easy pickings. And the thing is, Lopez, they know that one of the players are up there, but Chris has been caught by Export. He was not expecting that.
Probably that's the reason why they're spread out that much. It doesn't look like, I mean, it's very tactical, but as we can see right now, it's a 2-2 split. Now they're going in for the Finch. Binoculars has been used, but they weren't able to spot anyone from WAG. And that's one thing that could have been intentionally avoided by WAG not being spotted if in case an Arvin will be used. Now, all together in a good fashion, they're just marching in and blocking any approach that Retta will be taking to get away.
And if we have a couple more gunshots, they're going to attract the attention of E1, who could potentially be a third party. Krillin is running outside the fence line, though. He does finally go in, but I think has been spotted by E1. So they know someone is here at Mars Electric, but I don't think they realize that there are 2 teams here. They're probably expecting just one team with a couple of players sort of scouting around to try and pick up some items. But we do have one player from E1 flying on in. Cyrus, though, going to be taken out by Guinea MVP.
Yeah, I mean, doing MVP, that's the reason why he has MVP on his name. From afar through the door, managed to go in for that slay. Well, let's see, clear in right now, going in for the flank and managed to take down one of the players from Retta, but instantaneously revived. And Retta just knows that they need that one player, if not 2, to get away from this area and then just recuperate and lead them back later on. But E1 is not yet over for the fight against WAG. B, but Pow from above trying to gun down Clearin, and Carlos will be taken down despite of him being in the tower.
Twisted Minds running into attack all round. I just saw 3 players' names flashing and they're gone! Twisted Minds! What happened against attack all round? I mean, we're busy with WAG. It's E1 being picked apart 1 by 1. It's 3 versus 2 here. Actually, it's 3 versus 4. And we're just going to be seeing more and more players hit the floor here for E1 as a Bitten XP final player to go down. WAG leading the lobby with 6 eliminations so far. I mean, this is a great start for their last game.
And this is good as well. I mean, at least despite of them losing out on second place in the previous round, they only grab 2 points from Nextera. The aggression is not yet gone just yet. They can put up the aggression. They just chose a better drop to go out against E1. And even Reda managed to get away as well, if I'm mistaken. But again, WAG, they can put up the fight in terms of elimination, and they're still at it. They did mention during one of the TVCs, during one of the introductions, that grabbing the team of the day is a piece of cake. So they just showing that they learned so much to make it this easy.
An attack all around. I thought we were going to maybe see a clash of titans here, but thankfully for AAA, running up towards the northern side away from Falcons, so they'll live to fight for another day, especially with after being able to eliminate Twisted Minds from the competition. Going to be heading towards the northern side of the circle, it seems, just into Shipyard. Going to scout around. There's no teams here, so relatively open for AAA to just go for a bit of a loot, scout around, figure out what their next game plan is, but lots of teams already in the center of that circle. The only ones outside so far is Attack All Round, Pain, and WAG. But I'm curious to know what this next circle is going to be, because this will determine the trajectory and really where these teams are going to have to head to for that next circle placement, and whether this is going to be advantageous for Boyram again, or if it could be in favor of someone else. And it looks like it's going to be on top of Catalysua and Plantation. So Boyram, they're going to fight through multiple teams on that eastern side if they want to make it through into that next circle.
Or they can just flank into Riverside and head over across that bridge and then get their position on Plantations. That's, I mean, there's a lot of options right now, but they need to move fast. But they are using, they're heading straight. I mean, straight into the next phase of the circle. No flanking. They just want to end this fight. And, well, the rest of the teams will be on foot, while Get High as well as another will try to use that vehicle. But they stop here in Mill. Probably just needs more.
Oh, they saw someone. They saw someone.
Did they see someone?
Yeah, they saw someone running across the other side of the mountain. I did not get to see the name tag, so I had no idea who it was, but they saw somebody. That's probably why they exited the vehicle. Now, we do see RRQ eliminating one of the players on the side of Retta, but Falcons, this is a fight that I was expecting to happen a little bit earlier, but it has finally unfolded. Now, attack all round, they're being gatekept by Falcons, who have a compound to work with. They have their sniper in the back lines as well. They have to break on through. If they can get some lucky headshots, maybe that's how attack all round makes it on through. On Fire's down, it's down just down to Peter. Attack all round have broken through the perimeter.
And Attack Around just winning this battle.
One
more's only one remaining from afar. And there goes a takedown against Jump God. Will try to jump away as well. And the rivalry continues. Team Falcons in Attack All Around. From the first match of this day up until this moment, they still meet up against each other. And it's not. And one thing I'm really surprised is, why is this happening for Team Falcons? Back then in the regionals, it was Bigatron Delta. Now it is Attack All Around. They're not getting any break.
No, they're not getting any breaks at all, but I think maybe this is the game plan, you know, just keep pushing until you can break through that defense. Now, we do have another battle incoming here. It's E1 versus RRQ, but keep in mind, we do have another team in the vicinity as well if they do want to stick their nose into their business. Ma'al being sniped by Pow 7. Big snipe there for E1. And because the team is not there, and they're very slow to be able to get the pickup there onto Ma'al. So it's a big opportunity for E1 to push into that compound, being defended by RRQ. Ma'al still on the ground, Dutz on the high ground on that staircase, trying to keep them at bay. First one to go down is Gwyn, but Ma'al is gone. Dutz next one to hit the port as well. Gwyn does finally get finished off there by Razor, but this is such a scary battle here. RRQ, they're not out of the woods as of yet. They do get the pickoff, but E1, they really want to go to the second floor.
Deuce has been taken down, and Dutch managed to go in for that slay with that answer 9. Now Pau and Bidin trying to go in for the push, and Bidin might be able to see one of the players, but the takedown on Bidin XP. Again, and Bidin 9. I forgot that there's 2 Bidin at this point, but there's still a chance for them to get back, especially with Pau in play. It's WAG who knocks into the door and saves E1 for a moment.
They save E1 for a moment, but they also might be the reason why E1 gets eliminated here as well. This is WAG, our second best team so far in the groups alongside Twisted Minds. And look at this, easy 1v1 there for Alan. He's like, no sorry, you guys are out. We're now down to our top 7 here, Neptune.
Oh, top 7 and Falcons. Buriram United has only 2 players left from both sides, and Reda is trying to gatekeep them. Moshi will be half health right now, as well as Jonah being gunned down, and in front of them they have Payne, who's slowly getting in onto the next phase, but Moshi managed to take down Peter XL. Now will Motivaya be spotted and taken down as well? And if I'm not mistaken, Jonah has a sniper at this point, so all they have to do is keep their distance and make sure that they will not be spotted to be able to survive probably another top 3 place.
Now we do have another battle here on the outskirts of this blue zone. It's 6K zoning out attack all round down that cliffside. Now keep in mind, this is also the 3rd circle, so this is an incredibly painful circle to endure. And the fact that attack all round, they're running outside of the perimeter, they're being pursued, they're trying to slow them down with whatever utilities that they have. Cougar's going to maybe be the one to try and buy some time, but Jump God's been sniped down to the top 2 players. Cougar's the next one to follow. It's now just Coon God. Attack all round. Drowned, strangled, and thrown and left to die by 6K.
Yeah, 6K, 6 Karma, putting in the Karma in that battle. Peter XL on a 1v2 against Buriram United. Moshi's not letting them go in. Jonah on the other side pulls out the glue wall. That Suya Rebel rush to get away, and Moshi is just getting a good look at the area as to where to jump in, and Jonah will be taken down. Now it's left to Moshi for Buriram United, and I think Payne will be taken down by Moshi from afar, but hopefully that will not give him his position.
For now, that's the dream, right? Who figures that they don't give their position away? Moshi though, causing so much havoc, but he's actually been spotted, almost completely sniped out, taking considerable amounts of damage, but he will find a boulder, some solid line of defense. He will heal himself up as well with that med kit, but Moshi, he is on his last legs. He has no glue walls left. He's got 1 grenade. He's got 1 more med kit before that's... Actually, no, he's got 5 left. So he's got enough to survive for a while, but outside the blue zone, especially with how late into the game it is, I just don't see him being able to survive for much longer than this. Now, Falcons dropping down from the top of the building, slowly but surely. But look who's waiting at the bottom of this. It's WAG.
WAG Allen right now spotting Kiro
they saw
and shutting them down on fire. The only one remaining. Even the electrotherapy didn't save them at that point, and Peter managed to get away. But on the other side, we have attack all around, being eliminated down to 6 teams, and on fire will fall to his death, and only left would be Peter. Now, will he be able to survive and get away? But behind him would be Moshi. But as we look into WAG, their aggression is not yet out. Cleared in from above, just raining fire against Reda, and they grab their 12 points.
Oh my gosh, look at the distribution of teams. We have 3 full rosters, and it looks like Moshi lost a 1v1 up against Falcons. So we still have one player remaining here for Falcons who's going to try and aim for those placement points. Actually, nope, they just get spotted. They just got sniped. So we're now down to WAG, Pain, and 6K. And look at the win rate for these teams. 41% win rate odds here for WAG, 32% for Pain, and 27% here for 6K.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a huge chance WAG might be able to grab this unless Pain and 6K push them in. But with X4 on above, the information will be relayed, utils will be thrown out, and 6 Karma will be rushed in. There goes the takedown on X4 by Bad, and they will be taken by the blue Lil by Lil. Hopefully they can heal as well as they take the spot, but they're not out woods just yet. Pain have view of them if in case they step out of the warehouse.
They've actually decided to rotate to the other side of the warehouse, so the moment someone sticks their head out, I think Pain is going to try and cause quite a bit of havoc here, but so far it's 6K versus WAG. Pain playing incredibly safe, very patient, waiting to see who their final opponent is going to be. 6K though still standing with 3 players in their roster. WAG slowly chipping them away, but these blue walls are starting to turn into a bit of an issue. They do eventually exit the warehouse, and now these teams out in the open. A couple of these teams also have the advantage of the natural tree cover, but now it's down to that battle of glue walls. Who has the glue walls to use, to hide, to close that gap to Pain?
Yeah, let's see. WAG going in for the rotation. This might push Pain against 6 Karma. That would save them and probably a potential for a Booyah. They take down Nico with an execution, and Pain is slowly moving in against 6 Karma and eliminating them. Only 4v4. 2 teams remaining. We're now in the 16th minute, and everyone is just waiting for the perfect timing. Noda will be hit. Cyrus rush in. This might be a chance for them to go in for the takedown, and Dylan will be taken down together with Peter, and it's now a 2v1. Pain Gaming, a better chance of winning this unless Alan turns it around.
It could be down to Alan. Gus! Gus gets caught by Alan! And he even gets melee'd down as well. It's a total 1v1. Alan, can he win this? Motivator, he's on the other side healing himself. But can Alan get the final shots? Motivator still jerking with the glue walls, but he doesn't get it. Alan saving the game for WAG. Motivator a little too slow. He needed to get the perfect snap, but he couldn't get it.
A good comeback by WAG after getting only 2 points from Nextera. This is where they bring it on. Again, they might not have, or they might not take the Team of the Day title, but they did grab a Booyah once again, making that 2 for the day. And well, WAG, the potential is not a potential anymore. It is coming to fruition that they are one of the top dogs.
They're one of the top dogs. Don't underestimate them. You know, I think they've proven themselves to be a team that needs to be addressed, needs to be looked at, but I'd love to hear what WAG have to say. We do have an interview lined up with them, so let's head on over to our hosts and see what WAG have to say for the final win of the day.
Buia da WAG, que endgame, viu? Muito disputado aí contra um time brasileiro, mas os meninos estão jogando o fino do fino. Meus parabéns a toda a região do Vietnã. E vamos trocar uma ideia agora aqui com o jogador da WAG para finalizar o dia, porque esse é o segundo Buia deles. Yusu, please.
Thank you. Very impressive for the Vietnam teams today, especially WAG. And hello everybody, this is WAG Alan. So congratulations at first. So you and X4 is a very good couple playing together, a very great duo. So you guys are the first time present Vietnam to go to the global finals. What is your motivation and how do you feel? Thì Alan và X4 là một cặp đôi rất là ăn ý ở trong WAG đúng không ạ? Và hai bạn cũng lần đầu tiên là về Việt Nam đi đến giải thế giới lớn của FIFA như thế này, thì không biết là động lực của bạn là gì và bạn cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Động lực của mình là muốn dành cho mình thành tích tốt nhất, đó là chức vô địch. Dạ vâng.
Và bạn cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà mình được đại diện Việt Nam cùng với đồng đội của mình ra thế giới lớn như thế này vậy ạ?
Cảm giác rất là tự hào với điều này.
So his motivation is he wants WAG together with WAG become the champion of the global finals in Free Fire World Series. And the second thing, I asked him how does he feel when he's his first time represent Vietnam to go to the final like that. He feel like really proud and happy for himself.
Ok. Então a pergunta dela basicamente ela contextualizou, né, que ele e o jogador Sbora, que foi o primeiro que a gente entrevistou da WAG, eles fazem uma dupla incrível, né? Ali eles são um duo incrível. E qual que é a maior motivação dele como vindo do Vietnã, né? Como é que ele se sente aqui? Qual é a sua maior motivação? Na verdade, a maior motivação dele, de fato, é ser um campeão e levar o troféu de volta para casa e fazer todo o povo do Vietnã muito feliz e muito orgulhoso deles. E ela também fez mais uma pergunta, como é que ele tem se sentido aqui até agora, e ele tá também muito feliz. For us to finish our interview, I would like to ask, so after this first weekend, the debut week for WAG team, how do you evaluate your team's performance? Did you do everything that you have planned?
Thì sau cái tuần thi đấu đầu tiên của WAG thì không biết là các bạn đã làm sao để nâng cao kỹ năng của mình vậy, hoặc là các bạn có một cái chiến thuật gì rõ ràng hay không, hay là đơn thuần nó chỉ là mình nghĩ như thế nào trong đầu thì mình bắn như thế thôi.
Mình nghĩ đó là team mình có trình ạ. Dạ vâng.
Actually, there's nothing to do about how to elevate the skill of them, because the answer from him is just, we are just the best, that's all.
Ok, good. Yeah, that's very confident. A minha pergunta para ele foi, depois desse final de semana de estreia, o time, na verdade, da WAG foi muito bem no primeiro dia deles, eles fizeram 95 pontos, hoje eles conseguiram dobradinha, a gente vai ver quantos pontos eles fizeram no total. E eu perguntei como é que ele avalia, né, a performance deles durante todo esse final de semana. Ele falou que não tem muito o que dizer, ele só tá realmente muito feliz e ele tá deixando claro que eles são os melhores para estarem aqui. Thanks so much for the interview. Galera, vamos de melhores momentos agora, porque a gente não teve nenhum buia brasileiro, mas a gente precisa ficar de olho em tudo ainda que aconteceu no dia de hoje.
Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng WAG và các bạn đã rất là xuất sắc trong ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay. Tất nhiên là có những cái pha chèo kéo vô cùng hay giữa màn solo 1-1. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng nha, và hãy cố gắng trong tuần tiếp theo nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's go back to our caster and see our highlights.
There you have it. We just heard from Alan from WAG, one of the newest member of the team, apart from compared to the Ghost, Clarion, and Cyrus. So Alan has just joined earlier this year, and it doesn't look like he's new. I mean, he has been putting so much in terms of gameplay, and also a crucial factor why they are so aggressive in the game.
They're so good. They are so ridiculously good. I can't believe they've flown under the radar for this long. But hopefully, I think after today, they will be earning the respect, not just from the teams competing in the competition, but also from a lot of our viewers, because for the longest time, like, Vietnam has not really been highly regarded as a region, right? Because unfortunately, the region overall is not like Thailand. You don't have like 5 or 6 teams coming out from one region, dominating everything. They really, at the moment, only have WAG carrying the region on their shoulders. And the fact that they have been able to perform at such a high level, whilst coming from a region that unfortunately doesn't really have teams of the same caliber as the Thailand teams, it just goes to show, or at least in my opinion, the amount of effort and work that they've put into preparing for the World Series. Because when you aren't in an environment that lets you thrive, so let's assume that when they do scrims, like, they're not always playing against the Thai teams. It's probably like maybe every couple, I don't know, maybe a couple times a month or something. Whereas the Thai teams, they're constantly scrimming against each other. When you're not in the optimal environment to improve, and yet you see drastic improvement from a team from a disadvantaged region, there are a couple things in play. Firstly, talent. These guys have natural talent. Secondly, the hard work. You can clearly see they're putting in that work, and the confidence. You are playing on the world stage against the best teams in the entire world, and they have the confidence to say on camera that they are one of the best teams in the entire world. That's like the 3 magic things you need in a top tier team.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing right now. I mean, confidence really slowly building up, probably because this is the most instance that we've seen WAG on an interview compared to like from the earlier parts of the FFWS.
Southeast Asia. But right now, I think there's also a factor of motivation when they missed out on EWC. It's only one team coming from Vietnam that had made the cut. So it's just PE Sports, and this time, PE Sports is not in global finals. It is Hawaii Sports as well as WAG, who has managed to put themselves in. So it's more of gratitude as well, I would say, for WAG. They're grateful that they're in this level and they're going in full blown fight just to make sure that they do deserve this spot.
Yeah. So apparently we're being informed that there's going to be an interview with our MVP of the day. So I am keen to see who's going to be labeled as our MVP, because I don't think they showed the graphic as to who that's going to be. So it's going to be a bit surprised. You guys are going to find out as much as we will, but our elimination leader is Alan. I don't think he's the MVP. So it's just going to be a bit of a surprise, folks. So hang in there. But it looks like we are ready to have an interview with our MVP lead. Let's see who our MVP is today.
Isso mesmo, Camilota. Troféu da Kaspersky tá aqui em minhas mãos e eu vou entregar agora para o Asana, que é o MVP do dia. Ele que apareceu 2 vezes consecutivas em 2 partidas como o MVP. Here's your trophy, congratulations. E agora a gente vai para algumas perguntinhas com ele. Okay, so first of all, Get High already got 1 trophy, and right now Asana got 1 trophy. So it's going to have like a competition between those two?
บอกว่า Get High ก็ได้แล้ว1 อัน ตอนนี้วัฒนาก็ไม่ได้อีก1 อัน คิดว่าจะมีการแข่งขันที่แบบจะแย่งชิงเอาถ้วยนี้ไหม
ก็ทีมผมก็ใครได้ก็เขาก็ช่วยแบบผลักกันเองใช่ครับสนับสนุนกันเองใช่ครับ
It's like for my team that it doesn't matter who receive it, we all like support each other and we wish that all of us will get it.
Who is the best Get High or Asana?
แล้วใครคิดว่าใครเก่งกว่ากันระหว่างเรา Get
ก็รู้มือครับ
Like I think you already knew it.
Ok, eu perguntei pra ele, eu falei assim pra ele, ó, o Get High já pegou, né, um troféu, agora você tá com um troféu aí, será que vai ter uma competiçãozinha dentro do time agora, pra ver quem é que pega mais MVP entre vocês dois? Aí ele falou assim, ah, não, nosso time, a gente a gente se ajuda, a gente tá sempre ali dando um suporte um pro outro, então não vai ter nenhuma competição. Aí eu falei, mas quem é melhor entre os dois, Get High ou Asana? Ele falou assim, acho que você já tem a resposta. O menino se acha, não é mesmo?
Yes, personally, I'm really impressed with Buriram United Esports until now because they play so good in the knockout stage. Yes, and today especially Wasana since he got his MVP. So I would like to ask, what is the method of Buriram to go this high like this?
ถามว่าเคล็ดลับของบุรีรัมย์ที่จะมาได้ถึงขนาดนี้มาเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากๆในช่วง knockout stage คืออะไรคะ
ก็ทีมเวิร์คครับก็พวกผมแบบทีมเวิร์คคือที่1เลยคือแบบเล่นกันต้องแบบช่วยกันคอช่วยกันพูดแล้วแบบเล่นกันแบบต้องเข้าใจกันแบบเล่นกันเยอะพี่เล่นด้วยกันมาเยอะมันก็เลยแบบเข้าใจกันมาก
Number 1 priority for the team is teamwork. We have well communication and it's like we always practice together. We play together a lot until we could come here.
Perfect. A pergunta da Yusu foi sobre o estilo de jogo da Buriram. Qual que é o segredo para eles conseguirem resultados tão bons assim e sempre estar no topo? E ele falou que um dos principais fatores é a comunicação. Eles se comunicam bastante e eles sempre estão treinando com uma comunicação muito limpa dentro do jogo. Okay, for us to finish our interview, I would like to know, the game seems so easy for Buriram right now, but if you can say one team, who can take you guys out of competition and maybe take the trophy out of your hands?
เคเขารู้ว่าตอนนี้บุรีรัมย์เก่งมากแล้วเขาก็มีคำถามสุดท้ายจะถามก็คือถ้าเกิดนอกจากทีมตัวเองแล้วคิดว่ามีทีมไหนไหมที่แบบว่าจะทำให้เราพลาดการได้แชมป์ครั้งนี้
ผมว่าต้องเรียกไหมพี่ต้องเรียกเหรอผมว่าก็น่าจะเป็นทีมไทยด้วยกันนี่แหละครับที่จะแบบมาแย่งกันไป
I think it's probably be one of the Thai team that gonna take the trophy from us.
Eu falei pra ele, já que a competição parece tão fácil pro time da Buriram, por favor, me fala pelo menos um time que poderia tirar vocês da competição e tirar o troféu das mãos de vocês, se vocês conseguirem, né? Ele falou assim que provavelmente seria um dos times tailandeses. Esse cara tá desconfiando demais da gente, viu? Não tô gostando nada. Camilota, é isso então, né? Finalizando aqui o dia com o MVP nas mãos do Asana e...
Yes, I like this confidence. I like everything about Buriram, to be honest. They are too strong. Congratulations, you really deserve this. And now, thank you everybody for watching our interview, the MVP interview. Now let's get back to our caster, Camilota.
I think for any other team, Neptune, that would have been a compliment. But I feel like that's a threat. I think Masada is just giving everyone a very subtle threat. Be like, okay, the Thai teams can take it from us. But, you know, historically, Buriram sweeps the Thai teams. So, couple of question marks there for sure. But it has been a really interesting play week here so far at the Free Fire World Series. You know, seeing all 3 play days, seeing all 3 groups in action, and also seeing the form of the teams for their first 2 play days. Because keep in mind, folks, for all the teams in their groups, they technically only played 2 days worth of games. There was 3 because we've got 3 groups. We've got to take turns. But to be able to see our last 2 groups, Buriram, I mean, some people would say they're back. They were never really gone to begin with. Moshi was just a little unwell for the first play day, so he wasn't around. He's back. This is just classic Buriram. But WAG, they have put themselves officially on the map, and I'm a little bit worried about them now because they came into the tournament as underdogs, and now I don't feel like they're giving underdog vibes anymore. They're definitely giving like alpha vibes, and I think everyone is going to start looking at this team, especially when we do come to the second stage of the tournament, where we have our top 12 teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you come second to the team of the day just like this and also grab a title of team of the day, WAG, like the confidence really rubs off on WAG. And I mean, if that is something that they can capitalize on, yes, please do so. But we still have to see if it continues on. This is just the first week, and you did mention that they only have 2 play day per week, so only 2 play days more
2 left.
by 2
Actually,
left.
2 left. And isn't that scary, Neptune? Because these first 2 play days, like we're at the halfway mark essentially. So you got 2 more play days to go. And for teams that are currently not in top 12, they are in danger.
Yeah.
They are in some serious danger, and they really need to pick it up next week. But at the same time, you have our teams towards the upper end of the bracket wanting to also play well, because for them, sometimes it could be for ego points. Sometimes they just want to try and climb that leaderboard. Maybe they've got something to prove. Everyone's competing for points. It's not like everyone's going to share, because that's not the name of the competition. It's who's the best that gets the points.
Yeah, despite of Christmas coming in, I mean, not everyone will be sharing their points as a gift. But in a bit, we're going to see, though, how many points is needed by the team, especially for those hanging in on the 12. And as you can see right now, I mean, let's head over to Corinthians. They are currently in the 12, pushed down to the 12 because of how everyone has performed so well. But as you can see across the board, there's not so much of like clump of a team coming from our teams coming from the same region. It just goes all along. Thailand, Vietnam, even Brazil was able to squeeze themselves in, and I think Fluxo will be able to move up once they get back into their gameplay or into play day. But this is just what I love about the knockout stage right now in the global finals.
I think the knockout stage is like the perfect environment to ignite some of the passion for some of these teams, especially for teams that are hungry. I don't think this is probably understated quite a lot in the name of esports, but teams that are hungry, teams that are in a position where they feel like they have to prove themselves or they really want to win. You know, sometimes you need that urge to be able to unlock your hidden potential. And especially for the underdog teams that no one is looking at, that they're completely being underestimated, if you're hungry enough, you will be able to accomplish a lot more than you would have if you're a team that is just competing for fun, because you won't be tryharding as much, you wouldn't be training as much, you wouldn't be able to do all these things because you don't have that passion, you know, that hunger, that passion, especially for the teams that are towards the bottom of the leaderboard or bottom of the bracket. I hope they can continue to maintain that level of hunger, because next week it's do or die for some of these teams, especially for the ones that are bottom 6 at the moment. Because the gap down there, I mean, I got it on my screen, but the gap is getting quite big for some of these teams. I kind of feel like for 6K, who's in 15th place, they're probably a little bit too out of reach to make it to top 12, but CLG is 9 points away from Retta, and then Retta is 3 points away from top 12. So the gap down here for some of these teams, from 14 to like 10, maybe even 9, I suppose, like all the teams within this threshold at the moment, anything can change next week with how small the gap is. So time to train, scrim, practice, call your coach, hire a coach. If you don't have one, this is the time to get your final preparations in, because you've got 2 more play days left and you've got a whole week to prep. Start now.
Yeah, I mean, even Borneo United still think their coach on everything. Just follow what the coach did say, and they just play it all out. So that's one thing, as well as to put in so much of effort to do the homework, because they will be going for a break. It's not a break to really go for rest, but break to do all those things that we keep saying. Do the homework, strategize, find their place, scrims. They're very close to those who are playing right now. I'm not quite sure if everyone will be up to it, but I'm pretty sure they love to play a Free Fire even on those rest days, because that would also help them at some point. It's a give and take. It's a give and take for the teams, but there's a risk that comes to it. If you are going in for the scrims to test out your tactics for next week, then you're just giving it out for the others, unless you have several pages of plan A to Z of your tactics, of your game plan. That I guess that's safe.
I suppose. I think there is definitely a case of, for teams that are struggling to get by, I think at this point you show all your cards. You want to make top 12, right? Just show all your cards. Okay, yes, maybe everyone's going to see your cards in the grand finals, but let me ask you this. Do you have a target on your back? If you're a team that scrapes on by to top 12, I actually think a lot of teams won't even bat an eye. They'd be looking at the top teams, top 3 teams, targets on their back. Everyone's trying to accommodate them. You're kind of free to sort of do whatever you please, because like, who's gonna laser focus on researching the 12th team for the finals?
Well, probably just the drop
Efficiency,
spot.
guys. Efficiency. I mean, yeah,
Probably
sure,
for
I
the
guess
drop
they're gonna
spot.
do
I
drop
mean,
spots.
yeah, if they want to be targeted, then yes, they will be studied. But in terms of how they can get away, at least they can also play it as a bluff. So there's a lot of tactics, and I do agree with you. If you're at the bottom, not everyone will be having an eye, keeping their eye on you. Probably it's one reason as well why WAG is like getting all this highlight right now. They are literally living up to the name of the series. They're taking the spotlight, because back then they're just in the shadows.
Yeah. So that's going to be it for the broadcast, everybody. Thank you all so much again for watching the Free Fire World Series. This was week 1 of our 2 weeks of knockouts. We still have knockouts next week, but it's our final week of knockouts. So make sure you come back next week, same time, same place. We're going to be here to cast some amazing Free Fire games. Neptune, thank you for casting with me today. Do you have any final words before we tap on out?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you join us by next week, and also join in the comment section. Who are you like rooting in to grab that championship? Because there's a lot more that will be shown, especially if you are surprised in the showing of the teams for this week.
Yep. All right. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful week, and we'll see you all next week. Same place, same time here for the Free Fire World Series. Until then, see you, survivors.
Sorry, throw it back to you. It's just that I feel like I'm going to mess up the ending and the closing if in case.
Honestly, you do.
Impulso do
aqui
nada.
no Brasil,
do
esses
nada os caras aqui.
รู้จักคนชื่อบ๊อบปะที่อยู่ฟุกโซอ่ะ
ใครอะไม่รู้จัก
รู้จักเหรอ
ไม่รู้จักกับบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
เขาบอกว่าเขาแบบเขาโหดนะในบราซิลเนี่ย
ไม่จริงอ่ะที่เนี่ยบุรีรัมย์ใหญ่สุด
ผมก็ว่างั้นนะ
Yes. Moshi, Wasana, do you remember? The last year in our country, bro. We are the champions.
Campeão mundial Magic!
Mano, que loucura, né? Os caras vêm aqui no Brasil, na nossa casa, estão achando que vão ganhar. Que resenha é essa? Os caras saíram lá do outro lado do mundo, sonhando em fazer alguma coisa aqui, não vai arrumar nada, filho. Chegando lá no dia, vamos mostrar pra eles quem é que manda. Não, deixa esses caras pra lá.
Campeão mundial Magic!
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับเพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Put acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้บูย่ามาแล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
¿no? Cambiar esa mentalidad y romperla. Eu acho que o melhor sniper atualmente está sendo eu. Tổng thể hiện cũng khá là bình thường vì mình cũng đã có sự chuẩn bị sẵn và tới một cũng là điều bình thường thôi.
คิดว่าจะได้เต้นอีกแน่นอนครับ
Ei, tá vendo quem tá ali? Impulso do
Aqui
nada.
no Brasil,
do
esses
nada os
cara-
caras aqui.
รู้จักคนชื่อบ๊อบปะที่อยู่ฟุกโซอ่ะ
ใครไม่รู้จัก
รู้จักเหรอ
ไม่รู้จักแบบบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
เขาบอกว่าเขาแบบเขาโหดนะในบราซิลเนี่ย
ไม่จริงอ่ะที่เนี่ยบุรีรัมย์ใหญ่สุด
ผมก็ว่างั้นอ่ะ
Isso. Mochi, o Asana, do you remember? The last year in our country, bro. We are the champions.
Campeão mundial Magic!
Mano, que loucura, né? Os caras vêm aqui no Brasil, na nossa casa, estão achando que vão ganhar. Que resenha é essa? Os caras saíram lá do outro lado do mundo, sonhando em fazer alguma coisa aqui, não vai arrumar nada, filho. Chegando lá no dia, vamos mostrar pra eles quem é que manda. Mano, deixa esses caras pra lá.
Champions e o campeão mundial Magic!
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับเพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Put acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้บูย่ามาแล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.